It's alright.
Never apologize. You're on thin fucking ice.
So, you guys remember what was going on?
Vaguely.
Like 3 weeks ago.
We went into a... Yeah, we went into like a... not quite terraforming. It was like a environment control center, it seemed. That was fucked up. And then when we explored in there for a little bit, I don't think we ended up... Did we? We did get an artifact, right? We got like some syringes or some shit.
Yeah, you guys got a couple of artifacts.
Yeah, and then we left after getting to a scuffle with some turrets that we technically won.
Yep.
And then yeah, we left the structure and it fucking
Got blown up by a strange ship.
Mm-hmm.
By what ship? Strange?
Strange tentacled ship, yeah.
Yeah, it was like alien.
Definitely wasn't your guys's.
If it was ours, I'd have some real fucking questions for Leroy, the son of a bitch.
That's daughter of a bitch to you.
No.
So, you guys had made it back to the base when we had left off.
I think we also passed time, right? Because we are, at least I'm now healed.
Yeah, I think you guys had rested for a time, so you were all back to full health. No. So,
Big.
I forgot you only have 2 health. Fuck. I also just remembered when I fell down a pit and almost fucking snapped my neck when landing.
no. You survived, barely, but survived.
Yep. I remember my rolls were very good,
Mm-hmm. They were.
as always. Rolls are always very good.
I did have what you guys found. I just have no freaking idea where I wrote it down.
Are you guys talking about the artifacts?
Yeah.
I had this mind wall helmet. I'm pretty sure you said that's an artifact.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mind wall helmet and the syringes.
Did the medic take them?
That makes a little sense to me. Yep,
I feel
she
like
has them. Yeah, she has
Yeah.
them. She has them there now.
It's like you have a way to store these without them being fucked.
Yeah. Right. I don't remember how many doses there were, so I'm just going to give it an arbitrary number that I vaguely remember.
Nice.
So, yep. It's been... How many hit points were you missing out?
I believe I was missing like 7.
Alright. So you guys have probably rested for about a week or so.
Yeah, I was
main
fucked up.
combatants rest and heal up. Or I guess actually it wouldn't have taken that long because I think someone watching you heals a lot faster, and Steve is a medic. So her job is to get you back on your feet. She's
Super
not a
glue my wounds
doctor,
back
but she's
together.
good enough at it.
Make me more comfortable as I'm dying. And I just
Yep.
got better.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's been a few days at the very least. More than 2. More than enough for your poor pilot to put himself back together. So, your landing site has been fairly quiet the past few days. How have you been keeping yourself distracted, Angelica, in the meantime? Since, if I remember correctly, you weren't injured.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
So, yeah. You've basically just had to deal with the rest of the crew getting over their injuries. Minus the three nobodies who have just kind of been going about their normal duties. Which, for them, is Conrad standing outside on the deck, keeping watch over the front ramp. Christine keeping both of your fellow crew members in one piece long enough for them to get over their injuries. And then Leroy doing her best to keep this thing continually functioning so that it'll be ready to launch when the time comes.
Could you refresh me what, like, if anything, do I know about the Mind Wall helmet?
You at least know it helps protect against psionic attacks. You're not sure how much, like, it's one of those old tech things, a pre-tech thing. So if you wanted to, like, put it on and test it, that was kind of hard without another person to test against, as it is seemingly defensive in nature for the most part.
Yeah, I don't exactly want to go hunt down another psychic to test it against.
Let me see, just to make sure it doesn't have an offensive aspect to it, though I'm pretty sure based on the name, it's mostly defensive. Yeah. So, based on just putting it on, you feel that your mind has kind of improved, I suppose. Like your natural psionic shielding doesn't need to work as hard, or it's reinforced, rather.
Yeah.
But you're not sure if that's all it does, or if that's just kind of its passive effect of you have it on your head, so this is what it does. And unless you're willing to go around and poke people with psionic powers and see if it does anything, if you even have the ability to do so.
No. I have precognition and metapsionics, so no.
Yep. That helps boost your already potent defensive abilities for psionics, but it doesn't really do anything else. And if I remember correctly, I already told you, but just to remind you, the helmet does not, like, it can't be worn over other things. So, yeah, no wearing it with powered armor or spacesuits, basically.
Yeah, I don't. My armor is just metal mail, so it's not really anything on my head, I don't think.
Yep.
I guess I'll just, like, note down my findings on it.
Alright. Yep. You can tinker with it a little bit over the couple of days. Or in a couple hours, depending on how much tinkering you wish to look into.
I mean,
Since it's pretty straightforward from what you sense.
I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, but I don't have much else to do, so I'd probably spend the majority of a day on it.
Alright. You do notice that the people of this little settlement are kind of distant, I guess, is probably the best way to phrase it. They mostly leave your guys' ship alone. If you walk down the gangplank to go look, like, Conrad gets basically is looked at by the guards on the opposite side of their little dirt pad, and he just looks back. But otherwise, they kind of just leave your ship alone. Like, no one's even coming up to your door to try and sell you anything.
Okay.
But it's hard to tell if that was the leave the random freaking people from the bosses alone, or they don't trust you. It's hard to tell. Probably both, because no one shows up to check, basically. They aren't coming. So, what would you like to do with your other day or so?
Well, I don't have any money to spend.
And what do you want? Milton, my name.
The hell,
Do you
man?
mean we know nothing of? We sing eternally. We have been
I suppose. I mean, I would just kind of
the little
wander about the ship,
great dead one taught.
chat with people, see how my crewmates are recovering.
We
Have to
hear
make sure they're not dead.
you don't
But other than that, I don't really have anything I'm
Just
terribly
walk into the
concerned
med
about.
bay and everyone in there is just fucking on the ground dead. Even the medic.
When you say med bay, you mean basically either your own rooms or the mess hall, because there
Yeah.
really isn't a dedicated area for the
Yeah, that's what I
medic
said. The med bay is wherever the people are being healed. That's the med bay.
Yes.
I have very loose definitions.
Yep. Christine is not overworked. It's pretty easy to keep these two. Well, I don't know. Zargant is only at half health, so
Yeah.
you guys basically carried him back in the half a body bag.
If you took half a body bag, did I only take a fourth?
You were only at 1 health. You could at least walk back alone. Zark was very injured.
I was at like 1 health out of 9.
I mean,
broke my
injured
fucking leg in the fall.
Zargrit is back up on his feet in the first couple days. Made a seemingly miraculous recovery. Mostly because there wasn't much to heal.
A small paper cut and Zargant's just on the ground dying.
Yes.
Yeah, like seriously, I give this one a voice. I don't know what the fuck it was.
It was definitely not that deal.
But I don't quite remember what it was. That doesn't sound right.
I think I don't know. I think that what you did was like your usual like culty voice. No, not that one. I mean what he had the first time.
Yeah, it was not an old man.
No, you.
I think Peyton's on the right track.
And if I remember correctly, it was like a voice where it's like, if you were not a player character, they'd be like, no, this guy's gonna fucking betray us in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. As for Leroy and Conrad, Conrad is doing his best impression of being a good little Marine and keeping watch, but otherwise is just kind of cleaning gear and keeping himself busy with PT and the like. Leroy is either fixing the, well, numerous small problems that crop up from a ship that's just idling from at least one this old. Nothing like systems entirely breaking down, but small fixes for electricals that just burn out and whatnot. And or cleaning up either her own quarters, the engine room, or basically anywhere else she frequents. You can usually tell because those areas are, like, spotless.
Yeah. We live in a fucking pigsty.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I'm any.
She's the only one set in Rimworld's thing for cleaning duty. Everyone else didn't get that.
Listen, I'm set on stop dying duty. All right, I have bigger things on my mind. I gotta set my fucking leg.
Yep. But the days pass, and everyone is back up to full health.
We did it.
So, now that everyone is able to function again, what's the plan? You have some artifacts, but there's probably other ruins around.
I mean, we had like a map of ruins, right? Or
The little
like locations of interest. I thought.
Yep, this was the nearest one to this base, but there are others.
Let's go to the next nearest.
Do you want to launch the ship and try and find a base in that direction, or do you want to just do the same thing you did to get to that one? Borrow their truck.
I'm willing to borrow the truck again.
Also depends how far it is out, because if it's
Yeah, that's
not that
actually,
much further, we
another
wouldn't want to use the ship really.
Yeah.
Yep. Around this particular base, which was the reason why it was marked as the landing zone for your ship, was there are a few within close proximity. The one you guys went to in the past few days was the nearest. If you remember correctly, I believe it was like 2 hours or so. Very,
Yeah,
very
something like
close. The others are a little further afield, but still within like driving distance, as long as you're willing to drive slow. As before, the car is not the best vehicle for this planet, just due to how it's
That's
set
why we
up.
got a truck.
Yeah. Well, these people just do not have the highest level of technology. They're running around with assault rifles rather than laser guns.
Yeah.
True, the assault rifles happen to be the better weapon of choice here, but they aren't the best in comparison. At least to some of the nicer gear out in the galaxy that the armies carry.
I think it might be worth it to take the truck just so you don't fucking have a alright, we land the ship outside, and then another fucking weird tentacle ship shows up and goes, that was supposed to be there, and decides that it will no longer be anywhere.
Here, you know what? I will give you guys a map to work with, so that we kind of have an idea of what's going on. Okay, Roll20, could you not be doing this to me? What the heck? Stop being annoying now?
No.
I'm getting too used to Foundry, that's what it is. Alright, I'll just borrow the party icon.
Yep, that's us.
Yep.
The classic one.
Here, actually, I don't even need
I don't know, that's just like the go-to party icon for everyone at this point. It's great.
I mean, it's the one I have. I don't feel like finding another one. Alright, so this is the settlement you guys are at. Heck, I know I have all these goddamn little things written down. I don't know where they are, but... I'll find that in the meantime, though. Let me draw the other place. That place was kind of off to the southwest over here. In the Mountain Pass area. So, this is about 2 hours or so. The others are a little further out. One is up almost due north, kind of in this area. And the other one is about kind of to the southwest over here.
Alright, so 2 hours.
That's closer to like 4. And this one is closer to 3.
Alright. Wanna go to the 3-hour one, boys?
May as well.
Alright.
Are you bringing along your usual peoples?
Yeah, might as well.
Alright.
They're here for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. Alright. So, you guys can exit out of the ship and down the ramp. Go and check. And see if they can loan you the truck again.
Yep.
So, yep. You walk across the dirt landing pad over to the pair of guards that you saw before. The same pair that are, well, it would probably be, good soldiers if they weren't living on a dust bowl in the middle of nowhere. The guy who does all the talking just kind of looks at you guys. Been quite a few days. Need the truck again?
Yep.
Alright. Now follow me.
Usually.
So, you guys follow him over to the hangar that they have set up. And he sends his friend to go get the keys again. He just kind of sits there, leaning against the side of one of the... I'm trying to think what the heck it's called. Door frame, I suppose. Find anything interesting in that old ruin? Came back pretty beat up.
A lot of turrets.
Well, I believe they say nothing ventured, so we did find things, yes.
Well, at least that's good to hear. Rather than just driving out here to the middle of nowhere and only finding aliens trying to rip your guts out.
Oh, don't
Fresh.
worry. That's probably where I found this time.
Well, hopefully you don't find any living aliens.
Well, if we do, that's what me and him will fall. Yeah, what he said.
Yep. The other guy walks out of the back, like their little room with the keys, and hands you one of the keys.
Alright. Go get the truck.
Yep.
Time to go.
You try and insert the key into the truck. It does not fit.
Poke head out. You give me the right key?
He
Or am
just
I
kind
taking a
of
different truck?
looks over at the guy. Grab the right keys, right? The younger man just kind of shrugs. There's only so many vehicles in here, boss. I grabbed the key that was there. What do you mean the key that was there? It's 4 vehicles, only 1 key. Yeah, 1 key. Figure it's for the truck, right? They used the truck last time, so... He just kind of pushes him out of the way and walks into the little room they have set aside for throwing the panel open. God damn, Dad! Stomps out. Alright. He just kind of walks over to your side window and holds a hand out. For a different vehicle. Either you can take one of the bikes, the bike that this key is for, or we can go figure out why the hell that someone borrowed the keys for the truck you were using.
I'm going to look at the fact that there are, like 5 of us that are going out, and then look at the bike. I don't think that's gonna work.
Yeah, that's what I thought, so... You can wait here and I can go see who the hell decided to borrow the key and not the truck. Or you can wait here, or you can come with me and we'll try and sort it out.
Might as well come along. I am going to just double check my pockets just in case to make sure I did give the keys back. I'm pretty sure I would have, but like, if I
You're
actually
pretty
stole
sure
the keys.
you didn't steal the keys.
Okay, that's good. Just want to make sure. When I came back, I wasn't, the best state of mind, but so I'm pretty sure I would have given them back.
So, are you handing him the bike key back?
Yeah. I have no reason to keep it.
He just kind of tosses it to the other guy, who just kind of barely catches it, doing the juggling thing when you don't quite get the first catch.
Please tell me in the end he fails and hits the ground.
He does.
Yeah!
So he's forced to lean over and pick up the solitary key, bring himself back into the small room before closing the very obviously sounding damaged box where the keys were being held before.
And that man's day has now been ruined.
Yep. Before your guide walks off, he points at the guy as he steps back out and then points toward the wall on the opposite side of the compound. Guy just hangs his head and walks over in that direction. Well, shuffles in that direction, I suppose. He's not exactly going warmly into the jaws of boredom.
Cold night.
So, yep, this guy walks away from the hangar towards closer to the center of town.
That's all.
So, Kurg is following. Is it Kurg?
I live scared.
Kurg.
I'm not entirely sure because it's been a little while, but I think it's scared.
We'll go with Kurg. Is anyone else following?
Yeah.
Christine and Conrad are just gonna hang out. The two NPCs are just gonna hang out with the truck.
Yeah, that's fair. Make sure the truck doesn't get stolen.
Conrad throws up a thumb. Christine just sits in her seat.
And Christine with it. Damn.
Yep. What about
Now we're at a
Angelica?
truck and a medic.
Gonna follow the other three, or you're just going to hang out with the two hanging with the truck? Oh no. We've lost Chase.
I'm going.
Alright. So, you guys walk into the town itself, and as before, it's pretty quiet. The people aren't really all that interested in just wandering around, have jobs and whatnot. And he aims for one of the buildings that has an extended like maintenance area set aside from it, and walks up to the woman standing next to a small workbench sitting outside, covered in small bits of some sort of mechanical thing. At least for Kurg, you recognize them as pieces of weapons of some form or another. You'd assume the rifles that the rest of the guard use.
That makes sense.
Yep. So he waves at her in greeting. She just kind of gives him half a wave back, still trying to focus on what she's working on. And they quietly start conversing. Are you guys going to listen in, or just kind of let them do their thing before continuing to follow?
I'll listen.
All right.
I mean, I gotta listen.
I'll be listening in, but I'm mainly focused on just looking at the weapon parts.
Yep. So, apparently this woman's name is Olive, based on the greeting. You know, they talk back and forth, mostly just small talk for the first minute or so, but eventually he gets to the question of where the keys went and who probably borrowed, well, just the keys and not the truck. Since, you know, you kind of need both to have the vehicle function. And she tells him that she doesn't know. He pushes her a little bit and is able to finally get her to admit that she saw some of the children running around in that area. So maybe one of them took it. He sighs, turns to face you guys, and apologizes. We don't have many kids here, but the ones that do like to cause trouble. There's not much to do, so they find ways of entertaining themselves. If I'm being honest, I'm rather surprised they haven't come to your ship asking for handouts yet.
I don't get any anyway.
Good. Don't give them any. They'll just come back for more. Little vultures. He points at one of the buildings kind of a little bit outside of the central plazas. A small wind turbine sitting on the top. And that's the building that all the kids stay in. We're gonna head there.
Alright.
You
And
see,
I pull out a rifle. No.
I'm gonna talk with a couple other people, see if they actually know which one of them did it. If you guys want to head there now, that works for me.
I'll start walking over. Make sure none of my stuff is easily snatchable. Just in case.
Alright. Sam, you lock down your belongings a little more tightly.
Yep.
And make your way towards the building. I mean, it's a pretty short walk. You guys make it there in a good, like, 5 minutes at the very most at a leisurely stroll.
Alright.
And come to a building that is pretty ramshackle. It looks kind of like, well, it looks like one of the original buildings that was built in this settlement. It's kind of rusting in areas, and the building itself looks like it's taken a few pretty firm knocks from something heavy. Yep. They look like they've been, like, kind of half knocked back out. Like, dents that have been fixed in armor, but not quite fixed to very, very good setup. And they're still obviously visible.
Back in 1 second, I really have to go to the bathroom.
Alright. Are you guys going to let Peyton knock on the door, or do you guys want to knock? Sure. The dull metallic thud. You knock on the door, and it swings open to reveal a fairly old woman. Has a pair of glasses on, a tiny little, like, reading glass spectacles. Just kind of looks the three of you up and down. Yes? What can I do for you? She's speaking a little louder than necessary, seeing as you're only standing, like, a couple feet away. What? Children? Yes, we have children here. Do you need them? A key? They shouldn't have any keys. The rooms don't have locks.
It's for a vehicle.
A vehicle? They're all too young to drive. Why would one of them need a vehicle key?
They don't. That's why we need it.
I'm back.
Just kind of looks you up and down. That does make sense. We've stolen it, you mean?
Yes. Something like
Ah. I think I know just the one that might have done it, too. Follow me. I'll lead you to his room. She just kind of waves her hand behind her as she turns around, leaving the door open.
Follow.
The inside of the building looks just as ramshackle as the outside, with very tight, rounded-edged hallways, with basically the same sort of sliding door that is really more seen in spaceships than on a actual nice outside building. Just wandering around inside of it is, if you had claustrophobia, it'd probably be just tweaking a little bit right now. As it's only big enough for, like, she's only like 5'2", so she can kind of wander around without risk of hitting her head, but even an average sized person was going to have to lean a little bit in here. Doesn't help, of course, that the lighting is flickering now and then. Whether because the power is not functioning or because the bulb just hasn't been done in a while. She leads you through the tight hallway up to the cross section that leads both to the left, right, and more forward. She turns left. There's a door every 5 feet or so. A couple of them pop open just a little bit for you to see small eyes just peeking at you from inside. So any movement towards them immediately has the door slammed back shut. Eventually, you reach a door marked with S5. All right, this is the one. Hammers on the door with her fist. Surprisingly strong for how old she appears. Lewis? Lewis! These nice people say you stole their key. Get out here, young man! You hear a...
Yes, don't take this the wrong way, but we're not nice people.
I'm sure you're perfectly fine. If I had the tea to give you it, I would give you some. Unfortunately, that ran out months ago. The door eventually opens to the very loud and grumbling cursing from inside. And you see a young kid, at least young for human standards, as like he appears to be no more than 12 or 13. With a sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. He just kind of stares up at the old woman. What exactly do you want, Molly? I was doing something. He has a small pair of engineer goggles that seem to have one of their lenses smashed in or just broken from non-caring users. And his fingers are smudged with oil, you'd assume. His gaze falls on the rest of you. What?
What is it you're doing in that room?
I'm working
On?
on a project. He puffs out his chest. I'm gonna be a new engineer once the time comes. Only a few more years before I'm allowed to apprentice. The old woman just shakes her head. Yes, Lewis, that's very nice. Now, give them the key. He just looks at the old woman again. What key? I didn't take any key. I've been in the room all day. Her eyes narrow, and you see her hand grip her glasses a little tighter. Lewis, you and I both know that you're a troublemaker. Give these nice people back their key now, or I will... I'm trying to think of the word, and it's gone.
Kill you.
Disappoint you?
No, confiscate is what I'm thinking of.
Ah.
Confiscate your little project in there. His eyes go wide. I don't have it, though. I didn't steal any key. I swear. I'm in this room all day.
What is this game's version of Insight?
Take this ring. The ring where the ring apprentice
So it would just be
at
a
Prithie's
wisdom roll if it's not a
speak
specific
Lanags.
skill.
Let's see. I don't see anything that I think it would be, really.
Yeah, that's why I was...
I think for a lot of this sort of thing, it's just you have to kind of go with your gut on it. There isn't a specific skill for it.
That's fair.
Sounds like this game needs social combat.
Yeah, persuade is for lying. Well, for lying and for normal talk as well.
Like, I guess you could use, like, perception, but nah, not really.
I want to investigate whether or not he's lying. Yep. Open up the mind palace.
Let's investigate.
I would like to drive a truck to the truth of this matter.
Yeah, there doesn't really seem to be a specific skill, so just pick a skill that you have wisdom that is at like 0 and roll that. It's pretty easy to figure that sort of stuff out. You have a good eye for it anyway.
Is instructor wisdom?
Wisdom skills? Athletics would be based off of strength, so I'm just gonna roll that because that's a +0.
All right, that works.
Just make it easy for myself.
Mm-hmm. All right. So an 8 is not overwhelming, but it's at least enough to get a good sense. Well, the kid's not totally telling the truth about staying in his room all day, but as for whether or not he took the key, you're fairly certain that he didn't.
Alright then. So, if you didn't
In the
take
meantime, they're arguing back and forth over the validity of her accusation.
I
It's not
will
really
just cut in at whatever point seems fine. Just so you say you didn't take the key, but would you happen to know who did?
Lewis just kind of looks at you, and you definitely see that "do I want to be a snitch" look cross his expression. And apparently some of his inner gears decide that indeed, yes, he would. Well, don't tell nobody I told you, but I saw Basil take it. He and a couple of his buds were out there messing with the trucks.
Alright. And where's Basil now?
Basil... He just kind of looks down the hall. Well, Ms. Molly here can tell you where he is. As long as he's in the building, anyway.
Well, Miss Molly, lead on.
She goes and gives him a very stern look, but apparently trying to keep up some level of that she's actually an adult and not a child. Goes and just kind of nods at him. Thank you, Lewis. You can go back to your project now. I'll show you to Basil now. He walks down the hall. I was so certain it was Lewis. He's always getting himself in trouble, stealing things for his inane projects.
Well, you don't know what you would need a key for.
To create anything.
Well, he's stolen plenty of other little things like that before. I don't really know anything about technology, so...
I guess you can use any sort of scrap to make something if you're ingenious enough.
I don't know if I'd necessarily qualify a key as scrap, being that it still has many uses as a key.
But you can make it into scrap and use it as such.
That's fair enough, I suppose.
Yep. So, you walk down the other side of the building, and this one is marked with a small S as well, so this one is S13. She knocks on the door. surprisingly polite this time in comparison to the Lewis's door. Basil, dear, these nice people would like to talk to you. There isn't any answer.
Receive, no reply. I'll just
Okay,
try and
then-
open it.
You're just gonna step forward and open it?
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, she reaches forward to knock and you just step in and open the door. And there is no one in there. Now that the door is open and there isn't, a child and a woman standing in the way, you can see these rooms are effectively just, like, bunks. They're about, less than 5 feet wide because set apart, but they're very, very, very small. A bed and a desk and a chair, and that's basically it and stuck in a tiny, tiny hallway.
I'll
Like-
check.
Like the dwarf fortress, like the tiny, tiny bedrooms where you have just basically a bed and the door.
Yeah, the cram 'em in ones. Yeah, those ones.
Yes, it's effectively set up like that. But there is no child in there.
I will check to see if there's a key in here, while asking. And now, where might this Basil be if they were not here? Seeing as they are not.
Lewis said he was with others.
He does go out and hang with his friends once in a while. Perhaps today is one of those days. Well, they don't tell me directly. I'm fairly certain they like to hang out near the outer wall. Apparently, they have aspirations of becoming soldiers when they grow a little older. Basil is only a year or so from his apprenticeship with one of the soldiers out there. Perhaps
Sounds like a good
he
place
has
to get in trouble.
friends.
Maybe it would be a good idea to introduce him to a soldierly type.
That would be quite nice. All the men around here are ruffians. Hardly something you can call soldiers. Not like the Imperial troops back home. Or the Federal troops back home. As a note, the room I'm not even going to force you to roll, as there's literally nothing in here.
Yeah, I imagine. I was more or less just gonna go open up the desk, see nothing, and go, yeah, alright.
Like,
Good.
the only place it really could be hidden is underneath the bed, as that's where it seems the extra, jumpsuits are kept. And that's very easy to just reach in and, check the 2 or 3 jumpsuits that are sitting there and find there's nothing vaguely metal.
Alright, so let's go find us some fucking dumbasses.
So, you walk back outside the building.
Yep.
She thanks you guys for coming and everything, and then closes the door. A little harder than probably is necessary, but it happens. So, at this point, the other soldier that had been asking around catches up with you guys. So, was it one of these ones?
Indeed it was. One Basil. Basil? I don't know how to pronounce it. I didn't care.
It's all the same.
Great, that one. This would be my second guess. There's a couple other kids that like to get in trouble, but that's one that I'm sure will get himself killed one of these days. I'm pretty sure I'll know where he's hanging out.
You won't have to wait long.
That lady seemed to like him for some reason.
Well, kind of a little shit, yeah. But we kind of need every kid we can get here. After all, the colony only grows if you have another member to fill the holes that arrive once someone gets run over
Well,
or
I
dies
just-
of other means.
I just meant more than the other. Or maybe she just didn't expect them to be there. Hard to say.
Perhaps. But Molly Smith has always been a little bit full of favoritism of certain children. But Don't have many other stewards hanging around to keep watch over them. Everyone else has plenty of other work to do.
Well, let's go find this Basil and get back the keys.
He leads you towards the external wall. And after a 10-minute or so walk over the, well, still rough, but significantly more flat ground on the inside of the settlement, because this area hasn't been quite as walked over. It's not inside the main traffic areas. You guys arrive at the wall. And indeed, see a child, well, a couple of children that are hanging around the wall. Well, children, teenagers. We're all hanging out on one of the small ammo carts that have been dragged out here, chatting with one of the soldiers. They're in this particular area, which is near one of the gates. Trio. It's two of them standing up on the wall, one of them staring out with binoculars, the other one just kind of standing guard normally. The other one sitting, well, leaning against the wall itself is one of the supports.
And
Just chatting with the trio of kids.
perchance, which one of them is Basil?
He points at the biggest one with a mop of black hair and dark eyes, who seems to be looking at one of the pistols sitting on the ammo thing, just kind of longingly. The other two are just kind of messing around with a couple of spent casings laying around in the dirt. They will seem at least a couple of years younger than the older boy.
Oh, time to hang over, I suppose. What? Can you not be a weirdo for like 5 minutes, please?
The soldiers stop talking with Basil, and they both just kind of like stare over in your direction. Sorry. The soldier that came with you just kind of lays a hand on your shoulder. Like, you all right, sir?
He has got nothing that you can fix.
That's just how he is.
Oh,
He's got nothing anyone can fix.
kind of mutters. Guess they're making the priest a little odder these days.
He does have an issue, though. The same
Yeah.
as we do. Looking at him.
He points over at the soldier. He tells him to get back to work. And then points over at the boy. That one's Basil.
Calmly approach the child.
Yep. The kid just kind of looks up at you. He seems pretty, like, I'm trying to think of the word. Lax, I suppose? He's just kind of looking up at you from his seated position. Just kind of, not dozing, but just kind of like, what do you want?
Here for the keys.
I don't got no keys.
I'm just going to
Yeah.
look at him with just like, yeah, really, we're doing this one, yeah.
He holds up his hands to show that they're empty. See?
Well, I would hope a thief isn't stupid enough to carry their contraband in open hands.
His face twists into a snarl. You calling me a thief?
Yeah, are you hard of hearing? Can I speak louder?
He goes and just kind of starts shouting expletives at you guys. The soldier's been following you guys around, just walks over and freaking knocks him over the head. Stop it, Basil. We know you took the keys. Just give them up. Basil just looks up at him. I didn't take nothing. I've been sitting out here, chatting. Man, for how long? For a while? Right, guys? We've been out here for like hours now. The other two just kind of look up at him and nod. Yeah, we've been looking out here for shell casings to bring back to make stuff. See? Been real busy.
You should get some better caretakers for these kids. Christ.
Yeah, I'm aware. Anyway, if you need me to, Basil, I can shake it out of you. You know I'm not freaking messing around here. He just kind of looks up defiant. You and what? I'm almost big enough to put you down, old man. The
Do you think
quote-unquote
you're
old
big enough to
man,
put me
who,
down?
well, is definitely a little bit on the older side, but still definitely more than enough for a child, picks him up by the scruff of his neck and tosses him into the dirt. The surprise of the other couple of the soldiers standing nearby. Sir, what the... He just points a finger at him. Don't you start. You and I both know you got a thing for this kid, and you're gonna probably be the sucker that's gonna train him. Don't make me freaking take you off the force now, before that happens. The soldier just shuts up. Now, either you can give the people back their keys, or I can take them out of your pockets. And you're not gonna like the way I do that. Basil just kind of gets himself out of the dirt. And still looking defiant, finally pulls a pair of keys out of his pocket and just kind of throws them on the ground. Fine. Fine, I took the keys. There you go. You can have them.
There's a pair of keys?
Yep.
There were 4 vehicles and 3 keys missing, right?
Where's the last one? Basil goes and just kind of spits into the dirt. Don't know. That one was the only 2 I took. The soldier gives him a very careful glance. And then just sighs. Fine. Guess someone else has taken them. He just picks the keys up out of the dirt, gives the kid another very hard look, and then just tosses the keys over. There you go. You finally get on your way. We'll make sure to lock those keys down with a padlock next time. Someone doesn't steal them.
That was not this character's voice.
Yep. But otherwise, he grabs Basil by the ear and just drags him off back towards the children's building with his 2 friends in tow.
Oh.
The soldier's up on the wall. You hear at least the one that's just kind of standing there guarding, like, chuckle, say something to his friend with the binoculars. They both have a good laugh and then get back to what they were doing. Which isn't much. Nothing's happening right now, it seems.
That kid's not cut out to be a soldier.
Oh, he's gonna get killed terribly. But that does not concern me. Start heading to the hangar.
Alright. Yep, you guys make it back to the hangar. No, the older soldier that was originally with, like, kind of guarding the pad is still there. I've been ordered to stand here and guard the pad. If you have the other keys you're not using, I would appreciate if you give those to me.
Yeah, I'll give him the key that we are not going to be using.
He goes in, puts that in the box, then goes back out and stands next to the door. And when you insert the key into the truck, it purrs to life. Well, as much as a crappy truck can purr. It at least starts, which is good enough for you.
Yep.
So, you guys pull out of the garage once everyone's packed in. How are you guys getting? Is it kind of a similar setup with you in the driver's seat, and I believe I want to say Angelica in the co-pilot? Well, co-pilot.
I
Shotgun.
believe that's what it was.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and the other 3 in the back.
Yeah, because I remember Theo specifically wanted to be in the back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
And
with
I
the
believe the
two
response was, well, that's fine, because I called shotgun.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
I was like, oh, I was just about to call shotgun. Nice.
You guys pull out of the garage and outside the walls. So you went up there. The gates to the south. Start
Can't wait to
driving
come
away.
back and have Bezos be fucking dead. Got shot trying to steal.
So, yep. You guys make the slow trek towards the next point of interest on your data map. The info you have about this place in particular, the other one you didn't have very much info because of the fog, but they were able to sense at least the power readings, so that was how that one was spotted. This one is just a building built into the surface. So by flybys. This one seems to be a stone structure of some sort. Maybe a little older than the other one. It's hard to tell from a flyby.
Alright.
Kind of a think pyramid type of thing, but this one's very, very small. Like-
They're usually called think tanks.
Yeah. The size of like a two-story house, approximately, rather than one of the more like the large pyramids you guys have histories of on Earth, or not Earth, whatever it's called in this Terra, I
Sol.
believe. Well, Sol's the system.
Yeah,
Earth
Sol's
is, I believe, Terra.
Yeah.
Regardless. Yep. And this trip is actually a little faster than you were anticipating, as this area is, well, still rocky, more flat than the trip out to the first location.
Alright, boys, now watch me hit this jump. I've heard it bad at the same time. Hit the what?
You just hear Christine scream as she falls out of the back of the truck.
Eh,
So, as you guys are traveling along, you finally get your first view of the life forms down here, if you can call giant rolling pieces of stone life forms.
as well as anything, I guess.
Yeah.
We're just giant walking pieces of not silicon, carbon, really.
Yeah. You didn't even really think of anything think too much of them at first, as you spot a small, at first what looks like a small rock slide coming off of one of the many small ridges that exist across this place. Until you notice that the rock slide just kind of keeps going across flat ground without slowing down at all. Which
And it's just going uphill, still somehow gaining speed.
now they slow down when they start going uphill, but they do keep their momentum when they're moving over ground. And yeah, from a distance anyway, they seem to be about the size of a kind of large cow, and are, well, shaped like a boulder. Though you can see that they do, after you close a little bit, within about 50 feet or so, you see they do actually have arms and legs. They're just curled up in their ball form. It's hard to tell much more about them as they're moving. But they don't change direction or anything. They just keep rolling. Unless you decide to try and pull in front of them, but
No.
since you've been explicitly warned that's a bad idea, I'm guessing not.
Yeah, no, that's fine, thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
That's why you don't pull in front of them.
So, yep. You guys finally make it to the area, at least nearby the ruin. As you see that, in fact, there is a building. Unfortunately, it seems to be surrounded by a series of gullies and whatnot that will make pulling up to it in the truck rather hard.
Tried by tank traps and barbed wire. That's weird.
I'll be around.
Alright, find somewhere to park the truck and then you get out.
That's pretty easy to do, as you can pull right up to the edge of the gully and hit the parking brake so the truck
That
decides
tiny
it doesn't
thing
feel like rolling
inside
into the
the
gully itself.
An ancient being that will she
Yeah,
imparts sound, provided
let's
you
go
find her
do
out.
this. Ooh.
Yeah. There are like small areas that you can walk across the gullies. They're made out of this material that is almost like sand. It's probably more appropriate to call it silt or
It
like
seems
very,
the
very
wine
thin
does
gravel.
become-
But apparently it can keep up to a certain extent via like these small like bridges that lead across the gullies. You can jump across them. They're only at the widest about 10 feet and at the thinnest only maybe a foot at the very most.
Honorable
But
Duke.
they snake through this entire area, seemingly surrounding the structure. From about what you'd estimate to be, they start about, at a rough estimate, you'd say about 70 feet, and they end about, in kind of a circle around it, at around 200 feet. So they're like ditches, I guess, little gullies and whatnot. I can't think of the word. I guess it's ditches are probably the more accurate word. You basically have a bunch of little valleys that you either can fall into or just, drop into. The little valleys, gullies, whatever you want to call them, are only about. Well, I mean, the really small ones seem to go very, very deep. Like, it's dark for ages. The big ones only get to about 4 feet before they kind of stop. With a gentle slope on either side. Wow. Yep. You guys can troop over to the structure itself.
That's mine.
Yeah. So, yeah. You guys cross the gullies without too many issues. As even if you can't jump them, there's plenty of little bridges that you can just walk across for the larger ones. And of course, the smaller ones, anyone can step over. So, and eventually make it to the foot of the structure, which indeed looks kind of like a pyramid. Or I guess a ziggurat is probably the better descriptor, as it seems to be made out of these large stone blocks with many triangular and hexagonal, like repeating symmetry around in kind of arcs from block to block.
Oh.
There also doesn't seem to be an obvious door.
What a strange little structure. Have I ever
Well, if I
seen
call it
anything of
little.
this sort?
From what you can remember, there are a couple of markings that are like research in this particular area of the sector is fairly light due to the fact that, well, it's kind of a ways away from the capital. On the map, it doesn't look all that far. Let me just drag you guys over for LSV. Because Awase is here, and Coca is here. So it doesn't look very far, but this jump was causing issues for a while. So this particular area is kind of unexplored for the most part.
Okay.
But there are similar structures on Emadere in the worlds there, from what you've heard. Similar, but not quite the same. They're made out of stone. They have kind of similar geometric things, but people haven't been able to do a heck of a lot of research to see if they're made by the same peoples.
Okay. But it is like something older. It's not something that people make or really use currently.
No, not. It's definitely not of human make.
Okay.
And should we like go around the outside and look for any other entrances? Because we've only approached from like one direction, right?
Yep. From the northwest or northeast is where you approached from.
Yeah. So I think we should go around the outside.
Yep. So you guys can walk around it. And you notice that the structure just after a circuit around it is the same on all sides. Still no obvious door.
I mean, is it possible to climb up it?
Alone, it would be pretty hard since the blocks are about 7 feet tall. But if you had two people working together, they could, with the handhold or the whatever it is, the hand, push up, you could get a person up on the next block.
Me and my metal plate will be up there in no time.
So, but that let's talk to my dad for a second. What's happening?
We
think
went
that
around the
is-
perimeter and it's the same all the way around. And I was asking if we can climb up it, and he said we can if we work together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think that should be much of a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Conrad is willing to help you guys get up there. I'm not going to have you roll for this. It's a 7-foot thing. It's fairly easy.
Like,
So, yep. You guys are able to get up onto the first block. And the structure goes up in 3 levels. So this is level 1.
anything up
I
here?
mean, you didn't see anything on this block. It has some of the a different sort of alien writing on it. But other than that, there's no obvious hatchways or doorways or anything on this block or this level of wall block at that point.
I guess let's go up again.
Well, can I inspect or try
Yeah.
to vaguely translate this alien text?
I'm trying to remember what we used for the alien skill.
My guess would be either language, history, or science. Or maybe some sort of culture roll.
I think we'd been using science, but language probably works best here.
Sure. What is the attribute? Wisdom? Intelligence?
Intelligence, I think, makes more sense here. As you're trying to recall.
Sure.
All right. I think it's good enough to at least get a vague idea. Most of the writing on at least the top part of this block, and it seems the writing is not entirely repeated, but at least mostly repeated. Seems to be mostly nonsense, surprisingly.
Okay.
It's effectively, the best way you can phrase it is graffiti.
That's
It's like
strange.
Zarblack was here, sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I think is the ancient Roman graffiti.
Since these are aliens, you wouldn't realize that it would be that.
Fuck.
Yep. But after a quick sweep of this level, there doesn't seem to be any hatches or anything.
Then we go up again.
You go up to the next level. This level, of course, as it's a ziggurat, has less blocks than the one before, so you take an even quicker circuit. And this one, in fact, does have a hatch of some sort.
Hey.
At least the markings of one, as the hatch seems to be either made out of stone or it's been frozen into the stone. As you can see, the ring, but the hatch itself seems to just be set into the stone itself. There is no metal panel or anything like that.
I'll try and like work my knife into like the where the edge of the hatch would be to see if I can get it in there.
All right.
Try and
There
point it
is
up
enough of
slightly.
a rim, so you can get your knife in there. It's not flat against the stone on either side. But I mean, you work your knife in and start to bend it at all, and you feel the knife just start bending. But the hatch does not move.
Clearly, it's not meant to be brute forced. Nor am I, but I mean,
Mm-hmm.
there has to be something to make it work. Unless it's an exit only.
Nope. I'm sure it comes as a great surprise, but yelling open at the ring does not do anything.
I don't think they spoke English, actually.
Yep. There is another block to go up, or you can try and do research on this area of the panel.
Alright.
Or whatnot.
I'm back in. Sorry, what happened?
You try and open the panel and it doesn't work.
Damn. Who could have expected this? I mean, we'll just mark this and then go up to the top and see if there's anything up there.
I think so, yeah.
All right. Yep. Conrad will once again help you guys get up to the next level.
Yeah.
And this one is the smallest of all, just holding a quartet of blocks. So this one also has a very obvious metal panel in the center of it.
Hmm.
And now that you're actually up here entirely, you can see all of the different geometric arcs that have kind of moved up the blocks at around the, I guess, the 4 cardinal points, and then at the corners. They all arrive into the middle of this area to leave kind of an opening at the very top, but have some very obvious mechanical and, more importantly, electrical components that seem to be facing in.
Mm.
Some of them have been destroyed by, you'd assume, just age and, yeah, the environment, as the weather here is fairly damp. But there are a couple that seem to have glass, like half, I'm trying to think, not glass spheres, but like circular plates, effectively. Lenses, I guess, that's the thing I'm thinking of. At least they look like lenses.
Weird.
Yep. None of them seem to be like emitting light or doing anything. Even the exposed wires are not sparking or anything. They're just
All right,
hanging
boys.
in the
There's only one
air.
way to see whether or not these exposed wires are actually fucked up. Lick them. It's like checking to see if the D battery's got any juice left.
No.
Christine sides with you, Angelica. Please don't lick the wires.
Oh, I wouldn't have said that in the game. Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
wasn't
that
speaking
stupid.
in
Holy
character
fuck!
either.
I didn't even say it with a terrible Southern accent. Come on.
Yeah.
The one time I'm using an accent, yeah, I'm using an accent.
Mm-hmm. The hatch, by the way, does not have an access panel or anything. It's just a hatch, it looks like. Well, a trap door, I guess, is more the thing. It has a ring. Or I guess not a ring. What is it? A lever, I guess, is probably what that's called.
What do you mean, like the?
Or a handle. I don't know. It has a big square thing that's inset into the trapdoor itself that you seem to be able to pull on to pull the trapdoor up.
Okay. Pull that.
Oh, right. It's very rusted from the feel of it, as it does not immediately give. But you do feel it move a little bit.
All right. Conrad, give me a hand.
He walks over and grabs the handle. Could you give me an athletics with a +2?
+2.
The 9 is enough. With the mighty wrench and the shriek of metal against metal, you guys are able to yank this panel open and reveal a ladder leading downward.
I will start climbing down.
I'm guessing the rest of the group is following.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
I
I'll
was
slap
kind of
on.
just waiting for someone else to go before me, but in addition to him, but
I mean,
I'll
Conrad
slap
can go
on my
down
helmet
next.
and go down.
I went first because I'm the hardest to murder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Conrad was going to go last so that he can cover your guys' back, but
Yeah.
if you guys want him to go second,
I mean, I don't really care. I'll go whenever.
all right. What is your guys' marching order other than Payne, who's already jumped?
I didn't jump. I'm climbing down first.
I know, but you're going first regardless.
I've taken the plunge, so to speak. So
Mm-hmm.
that.
I can go second. I mean, I'll help Kirik have some extra eyes.
All right.
third.
All right. Christine will go in next, and then, as I said, Conrad keeping the back covered. As you guys crawl into the bowels of this place, you notice one thing. Firstly, it's actually lit, which is nice. Not by electricity, it seems, unless, of course, you count glowing crystal as electrically powered, which they may as well might be, but you're not sure. The place is lit by these glowing blue and green crystals that give the entire area a, well, glow of that color, kind of making it a somewhat like under the ocean type of coloration. At the bottom of this ladder, which goes on for, it seems like just based on the how far you climb, all the way from the top to the base, which opens into a fairly large room with, of course, the center column being made up of this ladder and its kind of tunnel around it. This room in particular has four massive, like Tesla coil looking things that reach up into the, you'd guess around the second block, so around 14 feet in the air, nearly touching the ceiling, along with a path that leads down to the south and to the north. There's a couple of stone pedestals nearby that seem like they're covered in small metal buttons and whatnot. Plus one that seems to be damaged. Mostly damaged, destroyed, as the panel itself is snapped in two and smashed in a few places otherwise. So,
We investigate the buttons.
Yeah.
All right. There are two panels. Do you want to go walk up to the eastern one or the southern one? as the
East.
western one has been destroyed.
East Gamer.
I guess really it's northeast and southeast, but regardless.
Northeast. Northeastern Gamer.
Yep. So, yep. You walk up to the panel. It doesn't react or anything. It just kind of sits there.
I'm gonna be honest. This is not particularly my area of expertise, being that this is not murder.
Press buttons on a ship before.
I'm going to look around. Go, I do not believe that this is a ship. Granted, I may be wrong.
I've seen stranger things.
Such as?
Fuck you, Theo. God. That's the first thing. I thought of that when I said it, and I'm like, oh no, please. Such as?
Well, you have seen some
What-
alien races that build their ships in the ground before launching them. In the ground, not on top of the ground, in particular. Well, seen, read for the most part. So it's not that unusual.
Well,
It
it's
also,
not
of course, doesn't help that AIs are weird and build things that
my
are very strange.
expertise either, but I know a bit about aliens and, their things. Could try to work it, but I mean, someone has to, right?
Yeah.
The buttons do have at least symbols on them, no full words. But
Should I roll language for that?
sure, yeah. Get an idea of what the buttons are supposed to mean.
Nope.
Yep. I mean, you're able to read certain characters, but it's not enough to really draw a conclusion that you're absolutely certain on.
You understand any of this?
Only to the vaguest extent, not really.
Well, there's only one place to go from here, and I will press a random button.
Roll a d100 for me.
Sure. That's either good or bad.
You hit one of the random buttons. In this case, a small button that's shaped vaguely in a diamond shape. And then all of the lights go out.
I will press it again.
That one again.
Yeah.
Yep, you hit the button again, and the lights return. Though, rather than the immediate just light to darkness, they do take a moment to grow in strength. As they start dim and then crank back up to the bright light that they were giving off before. Taking
Yep.
about 10 seconds or so.
That is either the lat switch or the power button. I am unsure as to which.
Seems
And I
lucky
will
either
hit
way.
another button.
All right. Go ahead and roll another d100.
D100.
All right. Yep. You hit one of the many small buttons on the console that are shaped like a circle, and nothing happens. Partially because the button just doesn't depress.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Okay, so if the first one was lucky, maybe you don't keep pressing them?
I don't know if I would necessarily declare the first one as lucky, and that it is not getting us really that much insight into what this thing does.
Well, it didn't harm us. I consider that lucky.
I would declare that as neither lucky nor unlucky. It has neither harmed nor necessarily helped us.
I
As
suppose you and I
such-
have different expectations.
I will press another button.
All right, go ahead and roll again. All right. 61 is a similar response to the last one. This time, rather than hitting a button, you pull one of the many little switches, but switch turns and nothing happens.
Well, it wasn't a very good power switch if it's supposed to be powering these.
So it would seem. So I guess it was just the light switch.
Maybe so. I'm gonna walk over to the other panel.
This panel is at least very similar. You notice that some of the buttons are in different places, but the general idea of many small circular buttons with switches and diamond buttons are still present here. Just
Is there
rearranged.
Is there a button with the same symbol that flipped on the lights when Garrick pressed it?
It appears there is. There's a few that look like diamonds, but you're pretty sure that there's one in particular that has the same symbol inscribed into it.
All right,
Would
I'll
you like
press
to
it.
push that? All right. You hit that button, and rather than lights in this room going off, you see down the southern hallway a few of the same like kind of diamond-shaped lantern lights, gemstone, whatever, start to dimly start glowing. Doing the same slow gathering of strength.
Light switch it is.
How come all that we are finding is light switches? And I will hit another button.
All right. Go ahead, and if you're just rolling randomly. All right. Yep. You flick another switch, and it doesn't seem to do anything.
I'm just going to go through and start flicking all the switches one at a time, just from left to right.
All right. You start flicking switches left to right. And about halfway or so in, could all of you guys roll me? What is the psychic save?
I do have a helmet on.
I imagine it's
I think it is
mental
a
save.
mental save, is what it is. Could you do that? And yes, Angelica, yours
Very
is +2.
+2.
So it's a 6 rather than a 4. Which is
Nice.
still a failure.
I regret nothing.
I should roll for the other two, too. Reed and Christine.
Come on, 5-way fail. Oh. Fuck. Conrad.
Conrad's based.
He's just too ready all the time.
So, as you hit that, about at this point, it's switched like 12. You guys are all assaulted by a loud, but definitely in your heads, roar of something that sounds vaguely like stone just grinding against stone. It just overwhelms your senses and your brain's just freaking removing every thought that isn't that. Conrad, on the other hand, has enough sense to he basically holds his hands over his ears, which doesn't freaking do anything, but apparently through strength of will, he's able to maneuver himself over to the console and flip what the last switch you flipped. Well, actually, does he? Or does he just flip one of the other switches because he wasn't paying as close attention?
I mean, I
Yes, he does.
really
Just barely.
I was gonna say I don't think I've been turning them off. So I think he just has to go. All right, that one was the last one flipped.
Well, I mean, they were all randomly flipped up and down. They weren't all flipped one way or the other, and the sound in your head stop.
See, now that one was bad luck.
Conrad just gives you a look. Sir, could we not randomly keep flipping switches? I'd rather not unleash something that eats us. Or
Oh
rips
yeah,
our
now that I've
brains
ran
out
into the
or
bad luck,
noses.
now I'm done.
It's almost like if you get lucky enough times, the odds catch up to you.
None of them were doing anything. That wasn't really lucky. It just wasn't unlucky either.
Clearly, it was.
No, hitting this one was unlucky. The other ones weren't lucky or unlucky. If
Prestige
I flashed
just
one of them and it gave me
quietly
like
speaks
20
up.
credits, that'd be pretty lucky.
To
I'm
be
not
fair,
arguing semantics with you.
we just didn't see any effect. That didn't mean nothing happened.
Yeah. There are other places here.
That is fair. I suppose I did not think of it like that. As such, we don't know if any of the rest of these were lucky and or unlucky yet.
Well, let's
Conrad
not
just
press them
throws
all.
a glance over to the console, and you just kind of quietly hear him mutter, "Should we flip them back, or would it be better to leave them flipped?" Before he just walks back over to the ladder and keeps an eye up.
Well, I figure that at least for some of these, taking the cat out of the bag is not going to be quite as easy as putting it back in. So, shrug. I'm just going to leave them flipped.
We may as well see the fruits of what we flipped here, but none more. Yeah?
Yeah.
Is there anything else really in this room besides these two panels, Mitchell?
I mean, there's the the destroyed one, but other than that, no, not really.
I'd like to go look at that one, actually.
All right. That seems to be at first glance basically the same thing. Of course, it does have the unfortunate someone apparently hit it with a sledgehammer enough times to snap the entire panel in half and then crushed a good, like, 2/3 of the buttons. There are a few that are like on the very edges that are still functional from the looks of it, but the panel itself has been thoroughly destroyed. You also notice that there doesn't seem to be like wiring in between any of the buttons.
Would there happen to be a light switch still intact?
That is one of the buttons that's still intact, indeed. Yes, because that's at the
Press.
one of the edges.
Whew, thank God.
This one, by the way, the panels, as I said, they're in the north, northeast, the southeast, and then this one is in the southwest. There is no panel in the northwest.
Okay.
They're right at the base of those, the corner pillars there.
So I'll push the light one in, and you said there's no wiring?
Yep, there doesn't seem to be any wiring like in the pieces at all. The panels seem to be made out of like a kind of dark, grayish brown stone, and there does seem to be some glittering substance, like kind of infused into the center of the stone that seems to kind of like move, and as you kind of like examine it, it kind of like connects the buttons together.
Mhm.
But yeah, no usual wiring. It's not a too far of a leap of logic to think that that might be the wiring system for this controls.
Are there any, like...
As a note, hitting that button doesn't do anything.
Okay. Are there
It's
any standout buttons or switches that are, like, bigger than the others or have, you know, strange symbols or, like, a chain of symbols or something like that?
Well, of course, the diamond-shaped ones are a little bigger than the others.
How many of them are there?
In total, including the button that turns on the lights, there are 7. They seem to be different colors, with 3 of them, including the light button, being a kind of light blue, the other 4 being kind of a greenish, to kind of match the light system, it seems. But other than that, the majority of the small buttons, the small circular buttons are all effectively the same. Their color changes a little bit in between, but they all are generally between brown and orange. The switches, of course, are just switches. As for symbols, the switches all seem to have a somewhat similar symbol chain connecting them. They seem to be, from at least your basic understanding of this language, kind of the numerical. As while numbers are the same, they aren't drawn the same in this language, you'd assume.
Mhm.
And they seem to be counting up from 1 to, on at least the functional consoles, as the main console has those buttons mostly in the center, or the switches mostly in the center. So the majority of them are damaged. They seem to count from between 1 and 40.
Okay.
Well, on the one that Kurg was dealing with, it was 1 through like 36 or so. But the one that you turned the lights on through was 1 through 40.
And which switch was it that made loud noise in head?
Switch 12 on theirs, on Kurg's. But there were other switches that were depressed beyond the first 11 on that one too.
Okay. Are the same switches that are down on that one on the other one as well? The other functioning one?
I mean, there might be a pattern, but you might just be seeing things.
Okay. Well, I don't much want to risk anything. I'm not good enough with this language. Should we explore elsewhere for now?
Yeah, right.
Well, yeah, the lit path and the unlit path.
Lit path.
So, we walk down the stairs, which, I mean, they're big, but they're still stairs as far as normal human stairs function. But rather than being like, I don't know, I think usually stairs are something like a foot, maybe a little shorter. These ones are closer to like a foot and a half to 2.
Oh,
You kind of have to take big steps
big step is.
down it. But it's not like giant steps where you have to like crawl up them. Stairs go down in a perfectly straight line at about a 45-degree angle or so, leading down through the somewhat cave-like look of this hallway. With crystals set along the walls at almost perfect distance, so that once the crystal, before it starts, its light starts to basically reach the very edges of its brightness, the next one takes up the slack, so the hallway is almost entirely lit, like perfectly, symmetrically and whatnot. Or evenly, I guess. There isn't much of a gradient. And eventually, after walking down what seems like 1,000 steps, though because they're so big, you'd guess that it's probably closer to like 100 or so. Still a lot of steps. You come into
Like 500.
a large room with a big vaulted ceiling. The room is it's a big rectangle with a roof that kind of rises with I'm trying to think of the shape, hexagon, I think. It basically has like the walls come up and then the roof slopes into a flat top is what I'm thinking of. I just can't think of what the shape is off the top of my head. I guess a house-shaped box.
Okay.
Simple enough, I suppose.
Yeah. The room has a couple of doors that lead off of it. There's one that leads directly off to the left. There's one across this room, and then one kind of on the stupid south. So this would be. So there's a room or a door on the northern wall, directly next to the stairs. A door on the eastern wall, kind of in the center of that wall, and a door on the southern wall that's across from the stairs. The room itself is pretty much empty, other than being lit by the same glowing crystal. There's no tables, no decoration, no nothing.
And we're back.
Welcome back. You guys walk down the stairs. Nope.
Walk down the stairs, okay.
Not yet.
Unless you trip, but I don't think down the stairs. Unless you're running, I suppose.
I trip and fucking die.
Kieran's taking worse falls.
That's true. I have taken worse falls. I took a fall for like 7 damage.
Scar trips down one stair, then catches himself.
To be fair, Momo, tripping is like a fairly lethal affair.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Someone like wants to fuck with you, puts their leg out in front of you, you trip, and you hit the ground and snap your fucking neck. What started as a harmless prank turned into fucking murder. Alright. So this room, you said, is like mostly empty, right?
Besides the doors and lake crystals, it is empty. Besides those.
I guess doors.
Nope, 3 doors.
Door number 2. No, number 3.
Do you want the southern, the eastern, or the northern door? That's your options.
North.
Alright. So the door directly beside the stairwell. Or staircase.
Always go clockwise. Or something.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is clockwise, so.
Head empty.
These doors are more similar to the big, like, panel on the second step of the structure than they are to the big metallic panel up front, being these giant slabs of stone. Though these seem to be set in such a way that you can pull or push them to get them to slide into the walls. They're not locked. So, between you and Conrad, you're able to pull the doors apart so you can at least fit a person through if you don't want to open them further.
You know, I feel like there's a non-zero chance that we will have to leave this area quickly, so let's just open them up all the way, just in case.
So, you yank them much further apart so you can fit through without issues.
Those buttons have, that we noticed earlier, have elevator door open button symbol on them.
Unfortunately, no.
I don't
No, all we
think
have is
they're.
elevator close symbols. Which
I
is
don't think the
unfortunate.
symbols on there are exactly like the action that's going to happen.
Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah,
You didn't see any action symbols. They all seem to be letter or numerical symbols.
You don't think that because you're a small brain?
But beyond the door, there is a short hallway that leads into another set of doors and a small panel. along with, of course, another crystal set into the left wall. This one slightly bigger than usual. It fills almost the entire wall. Well, the entire section of wall from floor to ceiling anyway. It's not like the entire length of this little area, but it's big enough to fill the, I guess, the break. Yeah. Basically, if you think about it, this hallway is like 2 5-foot sections. The crystal is set at the in-between of the 5-foot sections. And it fills that little area from almost floor to ceiling.
Wait, what fills those areas?
You guys are looking in to a hallway like this, basically. So if you cut the hallway into 2 different blocks, the crystal is like here. There's also another of those panels there that's much smaller. There's a way to draw attention. It's like that. Yeah. Yep. The panel looks just like the ones upstairs, except, of course, it's smaller. But similar setup, bunch of buttons. This one lacks switches, though, and only has one of the crystal buttons. Or diamond buttons.
Button.
All right. It's a big bluish crystal. It's about as tall as a 6-foot person, so it's a big chunk of crystal.
That was a fuck ton of crystal.
Mm-hmm. All right. It feels
He
vaguely
explodes.
cool to the touch, but otherwise doesn't do anything.
Do I know, like, what it is aliens use crystals for? Could they use them for, like, power sources or power conduits of some sort? Or what is it they use them for?
I mean, some alien species probably do. Crystals are very, very potent in their, like, because of their geometric pattern in their molecular stuffs. Some species have been able to figure out ways of using it. For the most part, humanity doesn't understand how, but they do understand that aliens have been able to use them as power sources. And of course, these ones obviously use them for light.
Yeah.
And, based on the wiring that quote unquote wiring, they probably use crystal in other ways to convey some sort of power, whether that's electricity or some other energy source.
Mm-hmm.
So while you haven't heard of too many aliens doing that, it's very strong possibility for this particular race. Though how the hell it works, fortunately, that's a little out of your expertise.
You said there's a panel too, right?
Yep.
I'll look at the panel.
As I said before, it lacks the switches and only has one of the diamond-shaped ones. Otherwise, it's just covered in those little buttons. But otherwise, it has enough similarities to the one upstairs.
Kind of just cover my thumb over the diamond-shaped button.
All right.
Shall we?
Thumbs up.
Well, as you said earlier, nothing ventured.
You hit that button, and the large crystal in the room does change color from a blue to a red.
And we all get cancer. Damn.
Well, as you say that, of course, the crystal does let out a beam of some sort that seems to, for lack of a better term, scan the room before returning to its blue state. And a couple of the buttons push up from outside the panel and start glowing.
Dumbasses detected deploying radon gas.
There is a vague, kind of a vague sense, at least for you in particular, Angelica, of like something sensed effectively.
There are buttons that like popped up.
Yep. There are in total 3, and they all kind of faintly glow from underneath themselves.
Do any of them have familiar symbols?
Not that you can tell. These ones in particular don't seem to share any symbols that you can recall from upstairs.
Alright, I'll press the one furthest to the top left.
Alright, so button 1. You
Well,
depress that button.
The one that's popped up furthest to the
Yeah.
top left, yeah.
That's what I figured you meant. So you depress that back into the thing. The other 2 buttons move back into the console of their own accord and cease their lighting. And the floor starts to rumble.
Self-destruct has been initiated, boys.
Yep. You all kind of hear vaguely in your head, and for whatever reason, you're pretty sure it's the crystal saying it to you. You hear "Dabba-dabba-dee-dabba-da," because it's not being translated.
Well, that just ain't the most worthless shit I ever did hear.
And then the door on the opposite side of the area starts to slowly open, and the door that you open starts to slowly close.
I'm sure
It
this
looks like it's going to take a hot minute. So,
I'll go stand by the door that's open.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
the
will
panel
have
is
my
right next to it, so you're already basically there.
I'll ready my weapon just in case.
All right. So,
Actually,
after about like 10
Hold on.
seconds or so, you can at least see through the door because there's enough of a gap. What was it you were asking, Chase?
yeah, I was gonna ask, like, you said it was gonna take a bit. How long does it take for these doors to open or close? Like, how
I
far
mean,
apart
for
are
you
they?
guys, it took like 10 seconds, but the door's automatic function seems to be much slower. As after 10 seconds, you can like see through the door, but they're only open by like a foot. You'd guess it's going to take about a minute, if not a little longer. Wow. Beyond the door, you see a large pool that had like a room with basically a large pool in it, along with another door on the opposite side, though this one seems to just be a singular door rather than the doubles that these are. And a couple other doors, maybe? It's hard to tell with the door open as small as it is. The pool is faintly warm, though, as you can feel the waft of steam coming from as the door opens slowly. So, if you guys are just going to wait, I can hurry up the door opening sequence.
Yeah, like
Waiting.
I'm in no rush.
So, yep. About a minute later, the door finally rattles into its holders at the edges and ceases. The grinding noise stops. And beyond, you see the remainder of the room, which does indeed have a door that leads off in each cardinal direction. So, north, east, and west. The room itself only really has the pool and the more of the glowing crystal, but all the crystal seems to be in the pool. The pool itself is, as I said, very warm. It's faintly bubbling.
It looks to be. What does it look to be? Water?
Seems to be water, but it's at least some sort of clear substance that at least is boiling. Mm-hmm. It's letting off steam, so it's pretty hot. There is a path around the pool. You don't have to try and wade or jump over it. Because wading through a boiling pool would not be good.
Makes sense to me.
So,
Start making my way around the room. Edge.
yep. You can edge around the pool. It's got enough space that you can kind of walk, like, at least single file, without getting too close. And the air in here is very, very hot, but not unpleasantly. So, if you stayed in here for a while, it'd be kind of pleasant. But yep. Which of the three doors would you like to take a closer peek at? Because they do each have symbols on them. All right, so the western one. Yep, that symbol seems to be what can only be described as a sun, as far as you can tell. It's a circle with a bunch of lines coming off the top until around like the halfway point, and then the symbol stops.
All right, that's going to be the reactor room, and that actually will give us all cancer.
No, that is novel. Looks like this, basically. Freehand. If I can get the symbols line straight. If I would bother to change the color. They are all in black.
Yeah.
Because they're just carved into the stone. They have no actual coloration. Yep. The other two doors have... The northern one has a symbol that's basically the almost exact opposite of that, with the circle. So it's basically just... If you took this and went... Whoop. The last one has a diamond-shaped one thing. You know what? Actually, here. Then it will automatically force me to do this. So it has a symbol that is shaped like that, without any additional setup or anything.
I'll approach that one, the diamond one.
All right.
I'll follow.
These doors have the same setup to the double door outside, where they have a big, like, metallic handle, allows you to pull the stone door open.
Hmm.
Let's pull it open.
You guys force the door open and see a, well, brilliant bunch of crystal. Not set up in a diamond shape, but rather just a room covered in crystal. Like, you know, if you open a door and it's just filled with snow, that sort of thing. Except all of this is green and blue crystal.
We found the crystal storage room.
means they had an excess.
A couple of them are like a couple little points are growing out of it, as crystals don't tend to grow like snow does. I'm just kind of pointing out in many little directions all over the place, growing small crystals.
Is there anything else in the room or just crystals?
It's hard to tell, as there isn't much light in here due to none of these crystals actually being glowing, so you can only really see from the light outside. And they do not show much beyond the front entrance.
I do not
So-
come with a flashlight.
There might be more if you push onward into the room, but as far as you can tell from the outside, there's nothing to see beyond piles of the, well, not piles, but mountains of the stuff. I think you guys do have a light source, don't you?
I have a comp pad that can light up about a foot and a half ahead of me.
Wander around with your cell phone out.
Yeah.
I don't think we've lit anything up. I have one more glow bug on me, but I haven't
Mhm.
used it.
I don't have any light sources
Well,
because I couldn't fucking afford any.
unfortunately, Christine doesn't have any, and nor does your fellow Marine, Conrad.
Fine.
So,
I'll activate my glow bug.
you activate your glow bug.
We're going to need something else before we go to the next place. Unless it's out in the open.
So, the glow bug, if you kind of push it in through the door, lights up the room a little better. And you do, in fact, see a pile of stone that seems to be kind of grown into the crystal, or either that or the crystal grown into it, kind of at the back of the room, which is surprisingly small for how full of the stuff it is. Like any miner that found this vein would be rich beyond their wildest dreams. But the stone itself seems to be in a vaguely like crustacean-like form. Like what is it? The creature from Fallout. Mirelurks. You know, they're big over cover shell things. It's kind of that vague shape with kind of a flat face and then a kind of rounded shell shape to the stone.
Oh, actually, I do have some lights somewhere, including the survival kit. I've got a lighter, 3 thermal flares, and a glow bug. I didn't write it down. I just wrote down survival kit because the thing I was focused on was you get a +2 to all relevant survival skill checks. I never actually read what was in it. I assumed it was going to be the normal thing where it's like, yeah, this kit has a bunch of this shit that doesn't really matter.
Yep. But that's what you guys see from the doorway. If you want to try and look further into the room, you're going to have to go in, as the light does not show you all the corners.
All right, sweep the room.
All right. You will need to kind of get up on top of this crystal avalanche and crawl around on top of it.
All right, I'll do that. I don't fucking care.
All right.
I'm gonna let you guys do that.
Yeah, I've got health to spare, and I've got athletics. I can try.
Yep, have fun with that.
So, you're now in the room. Looking around, now that you're kind of in and are able to shine the light into the corners, you do see that there is a small, like, really can only be described as like a stone footlocker.
Oh,
The other corner seems to be some sort of It seems to look like like a dartboard. Actually, is a good description of it.
Hmm.
It is stone of a couple different colors that's in a roughly circular shape with lines drawn across it in diamond or some sort of white crystalline substance.
I'll go grab the box. Or look
Alright.
into the box.
Yeah, it's kind of grown into the crystal has grown around it, so you're not taking it out without smashing the crystal out of the way.
Yeah.
But you can get the lid open with a little bit of force from your knife.
Yep.
And inside, they have a couple of the, well, a couple smaller versions of the crystal that seems to have grown throughout the room, along with some sort of, like, vaguely gun-shaped stone thing.
Alright, well, we'll grab all of it, I guess.
Yep.
Stone gun, question marks.
Yeah, it's like vaguely shaped like a gun, like a
Vaguely
What is it?
stone gun. Actually, no.
You
Vaguely
know
gun.
the Covenant carbine, how it kind of like is very thin at one end and then comes back and widens
Yeah.
and then rounds at the end. It kind of looks like that.
Alright, I'll grab that and a couple of the crystals, I guess.
All right.
Weird crystals from box. 2. And I will I'll go check out the like dartboard looking thing, see if there's anything weird about it. Or is it appear to just be what it is, of some type of target or other?
I mean, it's shaped like a target. That's the first thing to come to mind. You're not sure if it's used for that surface, because it's made out of stone.
And fuck it. Is it like attached to the wall?
Yeah, it seems to be attached to the wall.
Okay, so I'm not gonna just be able to take it off.
I mean, you can try, but you're not sure how it's attached. So
I'll like pull on it. I'm not gonna like fucking fling my back out trying to rip a stone off the wall, but I'll like give it a good old college try.
all right. Yep, you yank on it, but it just doesn't seem to want to budge.
Alright. I'll exit the room.
All right. Yep. You crawl back out of the room and back onto the floor.
Any of you know what the hell this thing is? I'll hold up the vaguely gun-shaped stone.
Gun-shaped stone. Yes.
How very helpful.
I'll inspect it over.
All right. I mean, it has a hollow end at one side and a big end at the other. It looks like a gun. You're not sure how it fires though, because it doesn't seem to have a hammer or anything else that would allow a gunpowder weapon to fire.
All right. Well, I'm gonna break.
Isn't it with like crystals, right?
Yeah, there were some crystals with it.
If I compared like the size of the crystals to the size of like the internal,
Like the barrel?
yeah.
The crystals, I mean, the tip of them fits in it, but the whole crystal does not.
Yeah, I just want to check my bases there.
Yep.
Alright. Well, let's go check somewhere else, I guess. Unless there's something buried in that mass of crystals, which I'm not going to kill myself trying to dig through.
Yep. It's your knife.
Yeah, I got hands.
Got hands.
Yeah.
It is a giant mass of stone. You're not going to get anywhere with your hands.
Not with that attitude.
Your hands will break first. So, I mean, there are 2 other doors in here, and then, of course, the other door is outside. In the big main room.
forward store.
All right. A half sun facing downward.
Yeah.
All right. You your muscle attempts to open the door. Kind of. Door doesn't open. And in fact, does not move at all when you try and pull on it.
I'm going to try and force this door open.
All right, go ahead and roll athletics. I think I can borrow athletics for this sort of thing. All right. Yep. You yank on the door. The door at least has some give, but a 9 does not open it. Something is keeping it closed.
Hey, Conrad, help me out for a second, would you?
Conrad will throw his strength behind yours. So he'll get a
Plus
+2. Yep. But even working together, the door refuses to budge.
Mm.
When you threw a lot at it, so gonna have to try something else.
Rifle. No.
Yep. That's a good idea. This
I don't have enough ammo to justify that anyway. Especially because I don't think I'm going to be able to get any more of this ammo here.
So, last door. Moving
Last
on.
door.
Next.
Alright. Yep. You go and you throw yourself into this door, and this one does indeed open. It reveals a very small room, only about, like, well, it's bigger than the children's rooms, I suppose, considering this room is fairly wide, but it is fairly, it's not very deep. So it's about 8 feet wide or so. It fills, like, the doorway is only like a good 5 or so, and the room itself is just a little bit longer, but it only goes in like 5 feet. Only reason you don't assume it's immediately a broom closet or something along those lines is that there is a thin piece of stone with a handful of small buttons just kind of sitting on top of it, along with a couple of other small devices that seem to be sitting on top of that.
Let's take a look at the handful of devices.
The majority of them are, so 4, are these small, kind of vaguely tube-shaped. They are effectively like kind of pills, is what they kind of look like, but they're about the size of your palm. The other seems. You can say what you're thinking,
I
Theo.
was just asking if anyone felt particularly brainy.
Yes.
Hand him a pill.
Keep in mind, this is not exactly the sort of pill you can swallow. The other device on the table is a disc-shaped device, and seems to have a slot in the top, along with seems to fit for those other pill-shaped things, along with a couple of small buttons and claw-shaped things on the bottom.
Place a pill in the device.
All right, it clicks.
Press the bottom buttons.
All right. The pill-shaped thing is all of a sudden emptied, and the device starts buzzing as it hovers into the air slightly above your hand before spitting out a gemstone. It seems to be this the same sort of gemstone as the ones that were found with the in that box, with the stone gun-looking thing.
I really don't know.
So they're these like pill things, right? And this thing seems to be making them. Is that what's happening?
It seems to use them.
Seems to use.
I put a pill thing in it, and it spit out a gemstone that was similar to the ones we found alongside the stone gun. Is that right?
Those doesn't seem to fit in these stone gun.
Nope.
Unless I'll like start looking for any like seams and start like trying to manipulate the stone gun, see if I can fuck around with it.
There does seem to be a seam that you find as you're kind of messing with it, but it does not give too much anyway. Like the gun seems to be able to, its like back half is able to fold open from what you can tell, but you are not able to get it to do that. You're not sure if you're just not strong enough to be able to open it, or if you need to hit a specific area of the gun to release it.
I'm just going to keep fucking around with it in the background then until I get something to work.
So what were the other things in this room?
That's the majority of it. There otherwise is a small, like, kind of area in the back wall directly across from the door that is kind of shaped like a mushroom, you guess? Or maybe a shell?
I'll take a closer look at that.
All right. Yeah, it's just like a. I'm trying to think of the freaking word, and it's gone. All my words are gone. No, like someone basically made an indent in the wall. That's that shaped. Yeah, an alcove is pretty close. Yeah, something like that. It's a vaguely half circle inlet in the wall. Yay. Or divot in the wall.
I'll like run my hand over it.
It's pretty smooth.
The device in the room, is it like hand sized? It seemed to hover.
Yep. Yeah, it's about hand sized.
I guess I'll
Like you could probably wear it for a hat if, you didn't mind getting the claws poked into the sides of your head.
I've got mine for that, but I will try and carry it.
Yep. You can pick it up. It doesn't do anything.
So that was the final one of these rooms, right? That we could open?
Yeah.
I also backtracked a little. There was another room that we earlier, right, that we didn't go into.
I mean, there's the big room with another pair of doors that you haven't tried.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yep, you guys can walk back out and get the door that slid closed back open. Or you could hit the button and let the door open all on its own if you're willing to take the time. But you're able to make it back into the main room without too many issues.
Alright, next door.
All right. Continue following counterclockwise or clockwise. Blah.
Always clockwise.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is
Counterclockwise is cringy.
the eastern door. Yeah. So there is no western door. So this door is another big double door. So you go and you pull it open, and this opens up into a very large room that is very busy. Inside the room, there are a pair of these big, vaguely egg-shaped vehicles, for lack of a better term, as they seem to be floating above the ground. They're about the size of a hover tank. They don't seem to have any obvious entrances, weapons, or anything along those lines. They have a small stone platform that leads above them, along with below them, and of course, the thing that makes this room so busy, a whole bunch of these small round stones that seem to be rolling around in tracks or through the air near the vehicles. A couple of them pause their trajectories nearest to the door, but don't home in on you or anything.
Well, I have no rightly idea what in the goddamn this is. Look to resident expert.
What?
Have you heard of the description of the room, Chase?
As best as I can here, yes.
Bloody murder is going on, but
Yep. Children screaming in the background.
I'll kind of just walk around the perimeter to start and see if anything particularly stands out.
All right. So you're going to mostly stick to the bottom floor rather than walk up to on top of the gantry area?
Yeah, for now.
All right. So the bottom floor is, it's mostly lowered. Mostly lowered. It's lower than the floor in the adjoining room. And they seem to, those little round ball stones seem to have tracks that lead all over the room, including this edge area, along with down into the areas below the hovering egg-shaped stone vehicles. And when you get close to them, they seem to either reverse or just try and put on a burst of speed to get on by you. Wandering around the entire area, you don't seem to find too much on this floor. You find at least where these things seem to be coming from, as their tracks lead into the southern end of this room, into kind of a trio of holes where the small sphere-shaped things go in and out of.
I'll kneel down by the holes.
All right. It is very hard to see anything inside them, even with a
Yeah.
light source, as there is just seemingly darkness inside. It's like looking through a lock. Especially because these things are only about a foot in diameter. So while the hole is pretty big and you can see the track on the inside for a short distance, they seem to, at least on the left one, turn left, the right one turn right, and the center one seems to just kind of come from like above. So it's hard to tell where the orbs actually come from.
Okay.
Are the rest of you guys following
Yeah.
Angelica around?
I'll actually stay by the door.
All right.
Keep fiddling with this piece of shit.
Haven't found anything of interest so far on that, by the way.
I figured. If I never find anything of interest, at some point I'm just gonna try and break it in half to open it, and that is the main reason why I have not tried to open it with force yet. Because I'm gonna be like, yeah, we'll just use force. Fuck.
Yep. The remainder of the circuit ends up basically just to the ramp up to the gantry.
I'll leave these alone for now. I'll go up.
All right. So up, the thing itself is held up by similar, like those kind of Tesla coil-looking pillars that attach to the sides of the gantry into the ceiling. And there is a small room that, while you could not see it from the doorway, because it's kind of like shoved up into the kind of back corner of the room, which the gantry is kind of in the way of. So you can walk over to that. You can also see on top of these egg-shaped things where they have some of the alien symbols that seem to be around a more obvious hatch.
Sorry, what was the first half of that?
There's a room in the back corner that you can get to via the overhanging walkway. That's the main thing. You didn't spot it from the entrance, but you can see it now and get to it.
All right, I'll walk over there.
All right. So this has a similar big, heavy stone door, but working between at least Conrad, if not someone else, if they're willing to throw themselves into helping, then you can get the door open. This one has, for its symbol, it just has a kind of, well, no, it has just a blank oval. No extra symbol or drawings attached to it. And getting the door open, you can see another one of those control panels, along with a selection of stone boxes set on like a table. They're about a foot long, about 6 inches wide, and about 2 or 3 depending on the box, as there's a few of them, and some of them are 2, some of them are 3, and they are inscribed with plenty of small alien text.
Is this the same language?
Yep, seems to be the same language. You
Are any of the
recognize a couple words here and there, mostly here, but you're not able to recognize exactly what they're for.
okay?
if you'd like to get a little more information, you can go ahead and roll a language to see if you can't decipher more. All right. So, the boxes, for one, seem to be associated with a specific individual, from what you can tell. They also seem to be a controller box of some sort. From context, you'd assume for the vehicles, though it doesn't specifically say that. Along with the kind of controls for something. It has words such as up, down, roll, activate, stuff along those lines.
Okay. And there's not much else in this room. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. The majority of the room is dominated by that table with all the little boxes on it.
Okay. Where are the others?
I believe Christine is down with your friend. Yeah. Down with Kurg. I believe Conrad and Sargit are up with you.
Yeah. I'm at least.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Conrad was following you to help open the door, but I wasn't sure about Sargit. So,
I'll kind of take a couple steps out of the room.
for Zarger, I'll get it right eventually, Theo. I'm sorry, what? So you're stepping out of the room again?
Yeah, I'll take a couple steps out of the room.
All right.
Would you two like to join us down there? I've found something. Seems useful.
Yeah, whatever.
So, Christine follows after you. So, yep, you guys are join up near the small room at top.
Well, this
So-
thing has its own room, so seems rather important to me, and I'll kind of look it over once more. Seeing, I mean, you said it's like a table full of basically, buttons and controls, right?
Yeah, kind of. They're
Kind of.
basically a bunch of book-shaped objects with a bunch of writing written on them. Or tablets, I suppose.
Okay.
They do, in fact, lack buttons, which is strange.
Touchpads.
They're just covered in writing at different points on the book-shaped objects all over that kind of are generally at the different kind of sides.
Okay, I'll just I'll look at the one furthest to the top right.
All right. They're kind of set up in like a big straight line, so to the right in that case.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. That one is associated with a specific name that, of course, doesn't really translate. And otherwise seems to be the same for all the different things, besides, of course, its identification, which has a little number 12, from what you can understand, being the last in this particular line.
Okay. And then yeah, I'll go to the first one then, the one all the way to the left.
All right. That one seems to have a different name associated. The buttons are the buttons. The words are all about the same, of course, besides the number, which seems to be a little 2.
How many of these are there?
Approximately 12.
So 12.
Mhm.
Okay. I'll look for the one that has 1 on it then.
All right. Yep. It's been placed about midway through the line. Between one for 8 and one for 4.
Okay, I'll Like, so you said the words were basically the same. Is it the same for this one? They're basically the same.
Yeah. All of the activate, turn, roll, etc. are all the same. It's just the name and the identification number that are different.
And are these like kind of flush with the table or standing out from it, or how exactly are they presented?
They seem to be sitting on the table. So
Is it possible to pick them up? Are
Yeah.
they attached?
you can try and do that, and when you attempt it, it's heavy, but you get it up, no problem. Nothing seems to happen other than the thing is off the table. Underneath, you do see that there was a handful of those, the same kind of white gemstone, like wiring underneath it.
Yeah.
And flipping it over, you see similar, like connection points, effectively, on the opposite side.
Okay, I'll set it back down then.
All right. Oop, it goes back down.
Okay, Does anything happen if I kind of press down on it?
It doesn't seem to do anything. Are you like pushing in a specific spot, or are you just kind of pushing in like the center of it?
In the center.
Then yeah. When you push in the center, it doesn't seem to do anything.
So you said there's name, number, and then basically like sort of directions in a way.
Yeah.
Or
I guess verbs in this particular language
Yeah,
that
yeah.
mean, certain things.
so what is the first then?
The first. Sorry, one more time. I think I
What is the
misunderstood.
first verb?
The first verb?
Yeah.
The first verb, going from kind of the upper left and going around. The first few seem to be movement related stuff. The first one in particular seems to be turn. And then it just kind of moves down along those lines. So it goes turn and then roll and then activate before moving kind of back up and around with a similar but not quite the same version of roll and turn. They seem to indicate different roll and turn from the ones, but they use the same word.
Okay, I'll turn the book 90 degrees with the tablet, whatever.
All right. It spins 90 degrees on the table. But otherwise, nothing seems to happen.
Whoa. This doesn't exactly roll, but those crystal things do. Maybe we need those. Would be appreciated.
Looking back outside, there are a couple that have come up onto the gantry and are just kind of floating in the air, waiting for something, it seems. Because they're not getting too close to the doorway.
All right, time to take these 20 years of rope and make a lasso. Which won't work on a ball.
Yep. They are perfect stone spheres, as far as you can tell. Kind of a grayish color and very shiny.
Yeah.
Think of like, I guess, a bowling ball, but without the holes. It's kind of what they're shaped like. And of course, they're only gray. There are no fancy colors.
I'll go help try and catch one, I guess.
All right. Uh,
Well, you come at it from one side, and I'll come at it from the other.
And then you shoot it.
What? No, wait. One of us grabs it. And then I
guess- go ahead and roll athletics, I suppose. And whoever's helping, just say so, and we'll give it an extra +1.
what's your athletics like?
Minus
This is going to be based on dex.
All right, so yeah, how about I
oh,
take
then
over?
it's a total of a +1.
Really? You have +2 dex?
I have. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's intelligence. I do have +1 dex, but I have -1 athletics.
All right, then how about I do it and you help me because I've got a +1 dex and a 0 in athletics. Dex. And assist is +2, right?
In this case, it's going to be... no, because he's actually got a +1 for dex. So go ahead and yeah, +2. Normally it'd be +1. Sarger is good at it, so... Alright. I mean, it takes you a while, considering these things definitely do not want to get caught, but eventually you're able to corner one and tackle it. So you
Well,
have
bastard.
captured one of them.
I guess take it back to our resident alien person.
Yep. So you drag the sphere up, back up the gantry and into the room. And once you captured it, it seems to have like kind of chilled out a little bit as it's not attempting to escape as much. But
Got your
seeing as
varmint.
these things are able to move around in the air, you'd assume that the moment you let go, it's going to probably bolt. This is just doing the hopefully they won't notice and think I'm dead routine, you'd assume.
He's gonna let his guard down.
Yeah.
I'll hold my hand out.
Sure, I'll hand it over, I guess.
All right. You put it into Angelica's hand, and the moment you let go, unless Angelica is clamping her hand over it.
I mean,
You
I'm
make
looking
sure
for
that
people
Angelica
to
has
grab
a firm grip. I'm not catching this fucking thing again.
All right. Yep. You guys transfer it carefully between Angelica and you.
If you
So
let
it
that
still
thing
thinks it's
go, I'm
captured.
not catching another one.
Yep. So you are now holding one of these round drones, rolling balls, whatever they are.
All right. I'll kind of hover it over this tablet for a second and see if there's any sort of reaction.
The tablet doesn't seem to react, but the sphere seems to like try and move towards the tablet. Like you feel it kind of grow heavier if you're just kind of holding it from below, or try and slip out of your hands if you're holding it sideways.
Okay, I'll place it on there, but keep it held between my hand and the tome so it doesn't run away if it's going to try that.
All right. Yep. You set it on top of the tablet, and it seems to like unfurl a little bit. The bottom of the stone like breaks apart into a bunch of small shards, leaving only about the top half in your hands before the shards kind of shift the tablet back into a position that seems to connect back up to the connections before it reverts back to its perfect stone sphere shape. And then it stops reaching for the tablet.
Does anything seem to happen to the tablet?
Doesn't seem like it.
I'll Go ahead and roll it across the surface.
All right. You roll the sphere across the surface. It rolls well, but otherwise nothing seems to happen.
Hmm.
I already know this is not going to do anything, but I'm going to just choose a random sphere, not the one that he's using, and point stone rifle at it. I'm assuming nothing happens, but fucking
Yep.
might as well check, I guess.
I mean, the spheres don't seem to react to the rifle, and the stone rifle doesn't like fire or anything.
Yep. Just want to make sure I've got my bases covered.
Okay, I'll try to turn the tome back right side up.
All right. I mean, it's already done that, as the weird drone has done it already.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll just hover
It
it
basically
over.
set it back to normal.
Yeah, I'll hover it over another tome and see if it has the same reaction, or if it's like kind of exhausted now, or what.
I mean, it doesn't seem to react to this tome if the tome is like in the grooves it's on the where it was originally. If you shifted it, then it seems to react to it and push it back to where it started.
I'm sorry, what was that? I got ganked.
The drones seem to fix the things if you've moved them, but otherwise don't seem to react to these tablets.
Okay.
So I guess it returns them back to the state you found them in. But otherwise doesn't seem to react to them otherwise.
Turn and roll. I mean, you can't exactly roll these, but maybe you're meant to flip it over. Kind of hand the thing to Kerg.
Sure. Back under lock and key.
Yep.
And then I'll turn the tablet again, the first one, tablet again 90 degrees, and then I'll flip it onto its face.
All right. I guess, could you roll me a luck save?
Yep. Maybe.
Or is it not working? Or is it just being slow?
It's not popping up. I mean, usually this one doesn't have issues with that. Because it has to pop up the prompt first.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because my sheet was popped out. I'll refresh them.
Oh, maybe. All right. So,
Twice. You saved 3 times. You
I
also
clicked
failed
it,
2 times. Jesus Christ, you clicked it
I
a lot.
rolled
a few
3
times.
times for some reason.
I think it rolled more than 3 times.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, no, I rolled a whole bunch of times.
Fail, success,
But it was a
success,
fail on the first
fail,
one.
fail, success. Fuck. First one was a fail,
Yeah.
despite the fact that you actually succeeded more than you failed.
All right. So, you flip the panel over and set it back down on the table. For who's standing outside of this room? Is it just Karg, or not outside of the main room itself, just the little one up top?
I mean,
Or I guess where is Zarg standing?
I'd be inside.
All right. So Karg, are you outside then, holding the sphere, or are you inside the room holding the sphere?
looking, trying to see if I can find any patterns.
Okay. You hear the sound, well, basically of air moving, and then look down to see that one of the egg-shaped machines has moved.
Hmm.
It looks pretty similar, but you definitely heard it move.
What you doing there?
Me?
What, did someone else do something?
I did as the tablet said.
One of these things out here moved.
Keep watching.
I will continue watching.
I'll go to
Alright.
the second tablet and do the same thing.
Yep. You go ahead and turn and flip it, and this time you all hear it move as the machine screams up into the ceiling.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And it just kind of hovers there, embedded like a good foot through the stone.
Maybe don't do that one again.
Well, I wasn't going
Unless,
to
of
repeat
course,
them.
you want to make a new exit.
I'll keep that in mind. That's my thought.
I mean, I don't think any of us are going to be able to use the exit given its height.
What happens if I flip it? Does anything happen if I flip it back over?
You hear the sound of grinding stone as the egg-shaped vehicle slowly rotates.
I'll kind of pick it up as close to the surface as I can and like slowly turn it to keep making that sound. And like if I hold it still, will it stop, or what? Or is it just
When you hold it
struggling
still,
in the stone as when I flip it over and it's kind of just stuck?
It seems to like when you push it downward, it seems to shift a little bit out of the stone, and then seems to fix itself. And when you turn it, it seems to actually turn its nose.
It's directions how to control it, I suppose. At least that's what it seems. I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure why there are 12 of them, though.
I think Chase was just distracted.
Alright, what? Well, they are, like, slightly different.
It is kind of hovering around like a helicopter, right?
I guess kind of, yeah.
So we've got 6 cardinal directions. Then we got 2 rotations on the horizontal, 2 rotations on the vertical, and 2 rotations for the roll.
Mm-hmm. The first one. Kier, what direction did the first one move it?
I. What direction did the first one move it?
You weren't sure. It didn't seem to move very much at all. So
Uh, is it
if
still?
you had to guess, it would have moved up slightly and might have rotated, but it's hard to tell because they're egg shaped. So once they start moving in one direction or another, they kind of look the same.
You need to do it some more and get a good view.
I'll kind of point down. Zarg, could you hold this here?
Sure.
And I'll go back to the first one,
All right.
and I will flip it back over again. Maybe it'll move better now that it's in the air.
Are you just flipping it over, or are you turning it like you did before?
I'll flip it first.
All right. Yeah. If you're paying attention this time, you definitely see it start rotating. Well, it rotates for a time before stopping.
I will inform the rest about this. I'll be right back after the bathroom.
Suppose that's the rolling. Well, I'm not sure exactly what use we have for this. Should we try to figure out the rest of the controls, or...
Just as a note, there doesn't seem to be any, like, exit out of this room besides the door, and the door is way too small for these giant egg-shaped hover things.
Maybe there are intended uses within this room? Some kind of entertainment like bumper cars, but remote control. That my world has bumper cars.
Probably read about them somewhere. Some world with bumper cars. Probably one of those independent worlds where they have fun.
Text.
Well, I mean... kind of put the tablet back down and walk out where I can see the room. Does it look like there's... like anywhere that this thing seems it should go? A place that it could fit into snugly, or...
The only place that looks even vaguely like it might is they have an area below each of them, though they've shifted slightly so they don't quite fit back where they should if you like kind of push them down into the floor, where there's almost a rounded rectangle where the strange egg-shaped things might be able to fit if you were able to get them into them. But it's just a like area on the floor. There's not like an actual like docking area or something along those lines.
How many of these egg-shaped things are there?
2.
And how far is this one we have now from its home?
The one that hasn't smashed into the ceiling is a good 3 or 4 meters above it. 1 second. The other one is about 7.
Two. So I got the one that I smashed in the ceiling to move down earlier, right?
Siblings just got home from the airport, so I was requested to come and say hello.
Oh, I was asking. I got the one we were messing with to move down after I smashed it in the ceiling, right? Earlier.
Yep. So that one is,
Well, it's still stuck in the ceiling.
but it's still higher than the other one you were messing with.
Yeah. So I'll go to that same tablet then. And
All
like
right.
do the same thing I did to move it down. Is it directly above it?
It's a little bit off, but it's pretty close. You think if it just moves straight down, and it'll at least like kind of jar into its rounded square or its rounded rectangle to fit.
Mhm. Okay, so I'll just like try to slowly move it down then.
All right. Yep. You slowly move it down, and it eventually touches the bottom with the sound of stone bumping against stone. As I'm guessing you're doing it more carefully this time.
Yeah.
And the moment it touches the ground and stays there, you see a host of those small orb things. I guess a host being more than you've seen so far in one particular spot. In this case, only about like 12. Fly over to the thing, and all of them kind of break into their half circle forms, and then just kind of effectively poke it as far as you can tell. They touch it with their little stone shard legs all over where they can feel, and then apparently find nothing wrong or fix whatever was wrong with it. As after about a minute, they reassemble and go back to where they were hiding, or to rolling around the room.
And is the other one also directly above, more or less?
Yep, they were originally above, so then you've only been moving them up and down. The nose is a little bit in a different direction, so it won't quite fit. You'll have to turn it back, but you know how to do that too. Or at least you can figure out how to turn it.
So it was tablet 1 like rotates it, right? That's what it was. And then 2 is up and down.
I mean, kind of. They seem to interact with the two different egg-shaped like vehicles. Each tablet seems to control them individually.
Mhm. Yeah, my thought was just the like 1 through 6 was the one we were just messing with, and then like 7 through 12 would be the other one. I don't know if that's correct, but that's why I'm asking it like that.
You're not certain, but you've messed with the up and down and side to side based on 1 and 2 for the tablets.
Mhm. I suppose I'll go to tablet 8 then,
All right.
and I'll do the same thing as I did and see if I can move it down.
All right. You pick
but
up
just a little bit. I
tablet
don't
8.
want to try to move it down all the way.
All right. Yep. So for Sarg or whoever's watching outside, is it only Kurg who's watching? Okay. So Kurg, yeah, you can report back that neither of them shifts at all. You do get the faint sensation of, like, kind of a buzzing sensation, kind of like electricity's running through your fingers
Hmm.
at a very, very low charge.
I want to form them with this.
Not for you, for Angelica. When you try and move it around. Yeah. As a metapsionic, you get the idea, well, you get the sense that something is attempting to communicate with you, but either it does not connect well enough to your neural links, or something along those lines. Either that or your defenses are just too strong, so it's not able to communicate well enough. And apparently that's how it's rather coming across, is via biopsionics.
Okay, I'll take off the helmet.
All right.
I'm gonna go to tablet 7.
All right.
And
What are you doing with tablet 7?
I'll turn it and then like lift it and slowly start to turn it over onto its face, or see
Alright.
if anything's trying to contact me still.
So, yep. As before, there is no change to the 2 egg-shaped things outside, but this time, rather than just the faint buzzing in your hands, the buzzing gets significantly significantly stronger, like your fingers kind of twitch a little bit. And you get a distinct impression, though definitely not via any sort of word, of this vehicle. Well, this is currently not available type of idea. Like activation is failure.
I guess this one doesn't work. That's what something is telling me. I don't know if we can exactly push it down by hand. Maybe we need to turn it on in some way, or maybe it's just broken. Or... So, what exactly was, like, the message is... I mean, I'm assuming it's, like, buzzing through my hands when I'm messing with this, so the actual egg thing is broken, not the console, or whatever this is.
The tablet is giving off a activation is failure response.
Okay.
So whatever the thing is attempting to most likely interface with is what you're betting. It is failing to interface.
Yeah.
The connection is not being established correctly. So effectively you're hitting buttons on whatever this thing is and it's not doing anything. So it's telling you that that's the case. At least that's your best guess, because the translation is not coming through very good.
Well, not exactly sure. I mean, the little goal I've set for myself is to get them both there and see what happens, but if that doesn't work, maybe it needs repairs from those things. But it seems they didn't want to have anything to do with it until that other one got in there.
Just to make sure, you've messed with tablet 1 and tablet 2 as well, right? That was the original 2 you messed with?
Yeah, 1, 2, 7, 8.
Okay, just to make sure.
Ominous.
I'm just making sure that I'm understanding what Chase is attempting to do, so I'm
Are there
describing things correctly.
are there other holes in this room of like this descript? More than two?
Not in this room that you can see. There's only two areas for these egg-shaped things, along with the two that are here.
I will go to tablet 5.
All right.
And I will do the same, like raise and lower, and see if I
All
can
right.
lower it.
Rather than like what happened with 7 and 8, where you feel the buzz, this one does not have a buzz. Instead, you hear a massive boom as something, most likely, runs into something else going very fast. And yes, you were being careful. You're not sure why that sound may happened. You're hoping it's a coincidence. As a note, neither of the two outside move.
Huh. So tablets 1 and 2 didn't give me like a full range of motion with them, did it? It was mostly like up and down, and then I could kind of turn the nose.
Yep.
But I couldn't really move it forward and
Yeah, it
backwards effectively.
did not move forward and backwards unless it kind of shifted.
Okay.
It's like a hover vehicle in like Space Engineers type of thing, where, if it's hovering, it still kind of shifts if you bump it into something.
Mhm.
So like the one that you bumped into the ceiling kind of shifted from its original position horizontally.
Well, that's something, but not what we need.
Are these tablets like removable?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
you
are.
can pick them up. They're about the size of a large book.
But the vehicle itself is too big to leave the room, right?
The door is, as with all the other doors, about 7 feet tall or so, and side by side about 10 feet wide. The vehicles are much larger than that.
Then again, it got like significantly rammed through a wall, right?
It ran into the ceiling about a foot in, yeah.
So we can drill our way out with this thing.
Hey, just keep ramming into the ceiling. Eventually, it will.
Again,
Something will
or
break. Yeah, something will break in the process. It's just the question of which.
And so they are numbered, but from left to right, it's not 1 through 12, right?
Yeah,
You said the very first one.
they seem to have been reshuffled slightly. Like 1 is in position 7, whereas 4 is in position 6, etc., etc.
I'll
Counting them, there does seem to be 12. They're just slightly miscounted.
I'll try to put them in the correct order then, 1 through 12 from left to right.
All right. Well, they look nice and all, but otherwise nothing seems to happen.
Okay. Saves me confusion. Well, I'll go to tablet 10.
All right. You pick it up and get a similar response to 7 and 8. Feel a firm electric buzz, and a connection is failure.
10. Hmm. And 12.
12 has a similar response.
Hmm. And 5 made like that thud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you heard a loud boom as something hit something else.
From what
Going
direction?
It was fairly hard to tell based on how fast the sound was, like because it was just that one sound and then it stopped. If you had to guess, it would be below.
Yeah, below even like the base floor of this room, right?
Yeah. You're not certain, like, if it's directly below or if it's like below off to the east or west, but it's definitely below you is where that sound occurred.
Do any of you have ideas? Or should we just try all of them?
Well, we've come this far just trying everything.
Afraid I'm at a loss. Such technology is beyond me. I just fly spaceships.
This is kind of like flying. Fine. I'll go to tablet 3.
Can I like try and aeronautics skill it?
So, I mean, to how so? 3 gives you a similar response. Connection is failure. Yes, 3 is connection is failure.
Is 4 the same?
4 is the same.
Alright, well, this can only end badly. I'll go to number 6.
All right. That one does not give you a connection as failure response.
I figured. Actually, I mean, I don't have these for nothing, right? I'll use my precognition for Omen
All right.
and see if I should mess with this.
Remind me what Omen does.
Precog may force a brief subconscious examination of of future possibilities. Must have a relatively straightforward choice. Blah, blah, blah. Whether following the course of action will result in physical injury, mental distress within the next 10 minutes, according to the GM's best judgment of likely outcomes.
You get the distinct sense that it has a chance to give you physical injury. However, the chance is fairly low. It is dependent on something in particular. You're not sure what that is exactly, but there is a course of action with this box that if you do it, you will most likely be injured.
I have an idea of what it may be.
Involves standing under it and slamming it straight down.
Dropping it on my
not
toe.
most likely, that is a freaking guaranteed you're going to get injured. You don't need to be a precog to assume that.
If I drop this stone on my head, will it hurt?
Stone that, moving fairly slowly, was able to make a hole in the ceiling. Yes, it will harm you.
Yep, I mean, fuck it. I will kind of move it around, but I will try my best to not mimic anything that is an upward movement that I've done previously.
All right. You hear the sound of something like stone against stone, but it is not as strong as the boom that was before. And
Is
the sounds are
this-
definitely from below.
Okay. And I tried 7 and 8. I tried 10 and 12. And 7, 8, 10, and 12 are all no signal, basically, right?
All of them gave you a no signal response.
Are 9 and 11 the same?
When you pick them up, they both do the same. Yes.
Well, that's everything. Best we have to work with is 5 and 6, which is in the darkness, effectively, somewhere below us. Maybe we try to track down where that is. Or we could just try to work blindly. Maybe it's directly above where it needs to be, such as this one was. What do you think, all of you?
Reiterate that plan. I'm afraid the fact that I didn't sleep all morning is hitting me.
I basically said, like, it's below, like, this is the only one that really works. It's below us. So we can either try to find the room that it's in, or just try to work with it blindly, and mostly hope that the place it needs to go is right below it, such as it was with these other ones.
I think we should probably try and find it. I feel like that's the safer bet. And if we can't, then we can just fucking wing it.
Why does it sound like they're like? No, it sounds
They
like
are
they're doing a
chanting.
sacrifice in
Some
the
dark
background.
fucking god is being summoned. Kind of Monka-esque.
I think
You
there's
just go
I think they
sacrifice
were
them to it
chanting.
already?
I think they were chanting burnt chicken nuggies. So I don't know.
What the fuck? Huh?
Then please go sacrifice them to the burnt chicken nuggies.
I
So
am-
they'll stop.
Turn them into the fucking burnt chicken nuggets. Jesus Christ.
They're not chickens.
Well,
And-
everything tastes like chicken at some point, so close
Listen,
enough.
most of the fucking chicken nuggies probably aren't
Okay,
chicken
that,
either.
that is just that is a lie.
Let's be real.
Things do not taste like chicken.
As long as you burn them enough. As long as you burn them enough and the chicken's burnt enough, everything tastes like chicken.
Then everything tastes like everything.
Yes.
exactly.
How insightful.
Yeah. Reduce it to such a degree that it is not helpful at any situation.
Hmm.
It's like the thing of like, well, you know, in theory, everything can be fake because it's all based on human perception. It's like, Well, yeah, I guess. But at that point, you're fucking reducing it to such like a ludicrous degree that it isn't a helpful observation, is it, dickhead?
This
Yep.
apple tastes exactly like a ribeye if I burnt them both to a crisp.
Turns out charcoal tastes a lot like fucking charcoal, no matter how you get it there.
Wow.
You take the meaning from everything, then things don't have any meaning.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Alright,
How can we use this very useful ability to rip meaning from things? To make things not have meaning. How is that helpful? It's not. That's the point. Anyway. So. Continue messing around with the unseen egg-shaped things, assumedly.
Are we messing with it, or we want to go look for it?
look for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that's what I thought.
Look For's a safer bet. And, you know, Look For's also got the thing where if we happen to not find it, then we can just fuck it with it blind. Whereas if we fuck with it blind, there's a chance that we will find it later and it will no longer be in a suitable condition.
Yeah, but like, I mean, that's the right decision.
Yes.
But like, I didn't know if we wanted to be stupid, which I mean, we often want to do, so I figured I'd check.
Yeah.
All right. So, how are you going to go find it?
Oh, it's below us. That's about all we got.
Grab my pickaxe.
Where'd you get that?
I brought it from my home.
What's
We
the
built
story?
spaceships.
Gone through, I thought.
We build spaceships, and that's about all we do.
I thought there was an area we hadn't explored yet. Or am I just
There
stupid?
was.
Okay, yeah, we go to that
I
area.
mean, there's actually two, technically, if you count the other side of this area. Because there's
Oh.
stairs that lead down to the north as well as the south. You
Uh,
guys have only checked out 2/3 of the south area's doors for the main room, anyway.
other door in the south area.
All right. The other door in the big room.
Yeah, door to complete this area.
That door leads into a stairway that leads down. It's dark.
I mean, I think my glow bug should still be
Yeah, it lasts for like 24 hours.
running. Yeah.
I just mean that it's not lit up, but
Yeah,
if you guys still have the glow bug, then you can bring that with you. So, going down the stairs then?
Yep.
All right. You guys start walking down the stairs. They're just the same as the ones that came down to this room with the massive steps rather than the normal sized human steps. So, of course, aliens are jerks and build alien stairs.
Bastards.
My God.
Die like the dogs they are.
So,
They're aliens,
at
not
around
dogs.
step 30 or so, unless someone's keeping exact count, the steps ahead of you shift into a flat platform rather than into the remain as the stairs. Like, you know, in so many puzzle games where they go and you need to make stairs out of stone blocks,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, the stairs have now become the top of the stone blocks rather than stairs.
Okay.
Hmm?
I just said okay, and Theo said I see.
Silent.
It was not okay, and Theo did not see.
He was blind the whole time.
You can't
Wrong
keep getting away with this.
So, yep, there is now a platform ahead of you rather than more stairs.
Onwards.
Onwards and forwards.
All right.
Onwards to death.
You step onto the platform.
No glory to be found here.
The platform does not move, but next to you, a small hole appears in the wall, and another of those big, huge crystals appears.
Mm.
You get a burst of telepathic gobbledygook. At least for you in particular, Angelica, you get the general sense that it's asking something.
Asking something?
Yeah.
But I don't know what it's asking, right?
Yeah. You get the general sense, but unfortunately your senses are not translating because you're not a telepath.
Yeah. It's asking something. Wants to know something, I guess.
Well, given the general amount of things that can be asked, I do not believe that narrows it down significantly.
Not exactly. Hmm.
Could be asking if we prefer to die by fire or ice.
Yes, I suppose it could be asking that, although I somehow doubt that.
Ice, please.
Why ice?
Hopefully it's enough to just freeze me and then, it's all over, basically.
I mean, yeah, but if it's like fire, as long as it's hot enough, you'll just be like vaporized instantly.
Well, that's not how I tend to think of it.
Well, yeah, but when I think of ice, I usually don't think of being frozen instantly either. I think of like hypothermia to death.
That's cold. I don't.
I
I
mean,
wouldn't
with
call that
ice,
ice,
it could just be a big block of ice dropped on you.
That's very true.
You're like ice
I
or
somehow
fire
doubt that's
themed brute force trauma.
I'll go for fire theme, thank you. Always wanted to be cremated anyway. Let's just, 2 for 1.
Hmm.
Get beat to death with a candlestick.
Yeah. Joke's on you if you think I can't beat someone to death with a candlestick.
Deals 1d4 bludgeoning damage and
No
1
one-
fire damage every 3 attacks.
No one questioned if you could, Kieran.
That's fair, I suppose.
So is it just the crystal?
Yep. There's no like control console or any more stairs at this point. And the crystal doesn't. It does that one burst of ask and then does not ask again.
I'll keep off
Damn.
my helmet and I'll touch it.
All right. Touching it seems to get another response from it, as you almost get like these are the responses, and the responses seem to be numerical.
Jesus Christ! From what to what?
In this case, it is just 3 numbers: 1, 2, and 7.
Oh, go for number 7. It's a lucky number.
1, 2, 7. I guess we have a 33% chance, assuming there's one right answer.
7's a lucky number. Go for it.
I don't think it's a lucky number for aliens.
Well, yeah,
It's
but
just
it's
a
a lucky
number.
number for us.
You.
Well, yeah, for me. Technically,
So-
my lucky number wasn't even on that. My lucky number's 5.
I don't understand. But I have no better reasoning for these numbers, so 7 it is. I'll kind of communicate 7 back.
And I have killed the party.
Could you all make me mental saves?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I can.
Yep.
I
I mean, if you don't, I mean, you always get the lumpy version of, hey, do I have to save? No, you don't have to, but
If
I
I ever
guarantee you lose if you do. All right,
One-
so everyone but Angelica, as only one person makes it through the gauntlet again.
As is tradition.
Yep. So since you're touching it, apparently you don't get quite as blasted by the response from the crystal.
Somehow.
Yeah. As you get a negative response. And then it throws up the 3 numbers again. For those of
1,
you that
2, and 7
failed,
again.
yeah. You get brain hurty for a bit, but you shake it off after a minute or so.
I told you it wasn't lucky for aliens.
Maybe we should get better aliens.
Harder with that, I do suppose.
I mean, technically, this is the second type you've been looking at.
Um,
The other one said turrets.
I prefer
Well-
those ones. You could shoot those ones.
1 or 2.
1. Got to mention that 7 killed my entire family.
1.
All right. You communicate
Ooh.
1 to the crystal.
We'll talk about that later, sorry. Yeah, I'll communicate 1.
All right.
How the hell did a 7 kill your family? What the fuck?
It's a knife shaped like a 7.
Well, that isn't really a knife at that point.
Month of the 7th year of the 7th millennium.
The 7th millennia?
666 is the number of the beast. What's after that? 7. Oh,
So you communicate 1 to the crystal. The crystal seems to basically give you an affirmative and then fold back into the wall where it was. The platform does not move and then fades back into stairs.
very nice of the aliens to give us multiple choices and chances. A poor defense system, if that's what that's supposed to be.
I mean-
This is just some thing. Not a defense system, just a system you, if you know what you're doing, is probably be second nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't. This is
Hey.
more like, I don't know, 6th or 7th nature.
1 second.
Maybe even 8th.
I don't like nature.
Aren't you supposed to be some child of God? What? How in the goddamn is nature ungodly?
He's the
Yeah?
expert. Garrick.
I'm gonna be honest. I've heard quite a few things about God in my time. I do not remember anyone claiming that nature was ungodly. Normally, it is the exact opposite.
Maybe you've been talking to the wrong people.
I imagine I am right now.
God is
Well,
the
that's
one
rude.
that taught us to make the spaceships.
You know, I feel like it's probably better for my overall psychological health if I were not to discuss religion with you.
I find it interesting. You can talk to me about it anytime, Zorg.
Sorry. Apparently, my sibling wanted to come down and show me her lightsaber by throwing my door open and then activating it near my head.
Pog?
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, is it a cool lightsaber?
I mean, yeah, it makes sounds and whatnot.
Ooh, technology.
Yeah. As a note, before you guys continue down the stairs, Conrad just kind of randomly.
Youngest sibling.
Yes, this is my youngest sibling. No, Morgan didn't just come downstairs and go lightsaber.
This doesn't sound.
No, the nearly 25-year-old did not freaking decide to act like a jackass. That's reserved for the 17-year-old. So, as you guys are kind of deactivate the ledge, Conrad just kind of idly remarks, "Kind of reminds me of an elevator, doesn't it?"
Yeah, that's what I kind of
Stairs.
assumed it was.
I mean, it is taking us down.
No, I mean the platform. It had numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what?
An elevator 7's a really bad number.
No, you're thinking of 13.
You pick the same number that we're on, right? We're on 1. So
And
it's
7,
let us
or you-
off. I don't know about the 7. Maybe it's high command or something.
Who says we're on 1? What gives you that idea?
well, the
Because it let us
thing's
off.
different, right?
Yeah,
Well, let us
I
off
don't know.
onto stairs that continue further down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I presume 2 is up, and we want to go down. No.
I mean, unless it's like sub levels.
It could be, but
And given that I do not think that you have the firmest grasp on this language, no offense, I think there's really only one way to tell.
well, the numbers are rather straightforward. But
Well, yeah,
I think the issue is more that we don't know how they would build a structure.
yeah. So say 2 and see what happens.
Well, the crystal's gone, isn't it?
Yeah, the crystal and the platform have returned back to normal.
I'm just dumb.
I mean, you can walk back up the stairs and see if they come back out, but they're gone
Yeah,
now.
well,
I mean, are you the only one that's trooping back up the few stairs?
I'll go.
All right. Yep. Christine, Conrad follow you up as well. And yeah, once you get back down to the stair that you were on before, around stair 30, the platform reappears and the crystal comes back out of the wall and gives you the question again.
all right.
Again, once you're all on it and whatnot.
Yeah. Hit him with a 2.
I'll touch it, and I will say 2.
Yep. You give the distinct impression of "I want 2," and the crystal once again refolds into the wall. However, this time, rather than the platform following suit, the platform starts sliding downward.
Mm.
So smart.
I wouldn't call me smart, just, kind of reminded me of elevators. I don't know. Everything needs to get up and down.
I mean, not everything.
Shuffles
Build
one
it.
of his foot.
Strange elevator built into the staircase.
Don't your people do? You know what? Whatever. I'm confused as to how this man's building spaceships using nothing but ladders. But
So, yep.
Say in God's terms.
I gotta tell you some weird shit. Mm-hmm.
And
You mean God, right? Just the one? Unless you're talking about the Trinity.
I was just thinking
All
about
right.
a different campaign briefly.
Yeah, so, listen, everyone.
So, yep. After a good like minute of slowly falling through this staircase, it eventually stops at a small hallway.
Start heading through the hallway.
Yep.
which way is the hallway just one way?
Yeah, it's just one way. It's not a cross. At least not at the elevator. There is a point where the hallway splits into 3 other directions, but that's away from the elevator.
Okay, so
The hallway, by the way, moves back to the north.
to the north being the direction in which the room was in that had the egg-shaped things.
Yep. Because the staircase was to the south. So
Okay.
yeah, you guys walk down the staircase, you made it to the main room. That was and then had another staircase that led further south. And so this has a staircase, or this has the hallway that leads back to the north. So if you go to at the fork to the right or east, then you might be underneath the thing if the directions are all correct.
Okay. For not in some fucking Fey world.
Yep. As long as there's not some weird sci tech that's messing with space. In this hallway, there are more of those doors, though the majority of them seem to be effectively stuck. The crystals are like kind of keeping them closed because they've kind of grown into the cracks. But at the four-way, there are
What are the crystals keeping stuck?
doors. There's a whole bunch of doors along the hallway. So the hallway goes about 40 feet and then turns sharply to the right. And then, of course, well, it breaks into a 4-way. So the right leads off to a big double door. The left goes for a distance that is outside of your light range. And the north ends at another room that's open. But all of the doors that you can see, at least from the to the 4-way and then at the 4-way, besides the double door, are blocked with crystal. Right.
Didn't you say east would take us back, like, underneath the room?
If you have measured it correctly, yes. Nice eggs.
I would have bet. That's what I was thinking about the whole time, is it's underneath us. I'll point
So-
to that hallway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe this one should take us the right way, unless something's strange. What? What do you
Basic
mean?
spatial awareness. Amazing. So that door is not blocked by crystal, as a note. Well, as I said before, but it is a striking difference from every other door you've seen on this level so far. So, are you going to have your friends open it? Kurg and Conrad?
I'm not friends with any of these people. No, that's not entirely true. Conrad's kind of great.
Co-workers?
Conrad's great. Open the
Hello,
door.
traveling partner. Would you like to open this door?
Fellow employee.
Hello, fellow sons of bitches. Yeah, I'll try and open the door.
All right. Yep. It doesn't seem to be blocked, so you just pull it open as the doors slide into the walls, as the other ones have. And inside, you do see two more of those egg-shaped vehicles. One of which is embedded about half of which in the ceiling. The other one has just kind of moved about the room, it seems. And it seems to have bumped into a couple of the walls as there are small dents.
I do believe we found them.
In addition, these ones, well, the one that's up in the ceiling is normal as far as you can tell. You know, because it's in the ceiling, so it might be different. Because about half of it is not visible currently. The other one, number 6, you'd assume, seems to be damaged. As you can see, parts of it have like sloughed off, like cracked. And inside you see more of that bluish crystal. It seems to have like kind of grown from the inside from the looks of things. The hatch, by the way, is open on that one too. Doesn't help that it's floating like 3 meters in the air, but
Are those ball things in here?
you see their tracks, but you don't see any of them currently.
Okay.
You also don't see the holes that they were retreating into, but that might just be you can't see them from the doorway.
This is strange. And what is the layout of this room? There's no like upper place like in the other room, right? It's just a room.
No, it's basically the same thing as the room above, but minus the gantry and the extra room.
Okay.
It's just the 2 rounded rectangle pads and the 2 egg-shaped vehicles.
Well, we could have done it blindly. Done it blindly. Should we leave someone down here and go back up there to direct it, and just leave someone to watch, or I'll go back up there?
I
Or just
mean,
send one person to work it.
we don't have a way to easily communicate, right? So whether or not we leave people down here doesn't seem like it will matter over much.
I have this god speaker right here.
A what?
What?
The cell phone.
Does that work here?
You're not
Given
sure.
that we are in a fucking stone pyramid?
Can you talk to God with that?
No, mostly you just talk to the people.
Ah,
It's more the people that granted us. The people, God that granted us it, not really a communication device.
What is it, by the way, Theo?
It's like the
The compad?
compad, yeah.
All right.
well, How?
I mean, it seems to be still receiving something of a signal.
Do we need a comp pad to receive calls, or how does that work?
I
Yeah.
imagine.
They
Yes.
connect to each other.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, just send a page with my Mac.
Could've brought a cell phone.
I didn't have enough money.
Likewise.
I could have bought like 30 of these.
You
What
started
the
with like
fuck?
50,000? This
He
is like
started with a lot of money. He rolled very
Yeah.
well.
I could've
Being
bought
religious
30
pays,
of
I
these.
guess. What the fuck?
I could have bought an 8 of them.
I started with like just above minimum, and minimum money for me would have been me getting a mag rifle and nothing else.
Yep.
Yeah, I had pretty bad as well.
Christine has a compad if you want to borrow hers.
So, are we gonna try to direct these onto the elevator? What's the plan here?
Yeah, I think so.
All
I mean,
right.
they kind of suffer from the same problem as the one upstairs. They're bigger than the door frame.
Well, fuck.
And these ones have more of a problem because the hallway is like only slightly bigger than the door frame. So you'd be grinding it like through the hallway.
Well, there are pads like in this room, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just mean you don't know what those pads do.
Yep. We're assuming it's something good.
Well,
Yeah.
That's all we
I
got
just
to
mean
work
the
with.
only elevator you've seen is the one that you've just gotten out of. You have no idea it's really an elevator. You're just hoping it is. So, who's going back upstairs?
I suppose if we're splitting up, we should bring someone combat capable, or have someone combat capable on each place.
I'll stay down here.
All right.
I could-
Conrad.
Since we haven't explored down here, I think it's more likely that there will be something down here to try and kill us than up there.
I mean, do you want to leave Conrad down there, or do you want to bring him upstairs?
I was saying Conrad goes upstairs, and I'll stay down here.
I can bring Conrad with me if Christine is willing to let me borrow that thing.
Yep, she can let you borrow her compad.
Thank you very much.
But I mean, so once again, the problem is like, how the hell do we get this onto the elevator? Like, this is just a simple matter of geometry. Too big. I say, pointing at the egg, and I point the hallway. Too small. Like, that's
Why are we
not
trying
really
to
gonna
get
work.
it onto the elevator? Did I miss something?
As a note, Christine does mention that Engineer Finnegan also has a compad.
And what I'm saying is like, so I would be all for getting onto the elevator, but the problem is it won't fit through the hallways. So how is it going to get there, right?
Why do you want it on the elevator?
But why are you going
I think he's trying to figure out a way of getting it back outside, and you're trying to get it onto the pads to see what the
Yeah,
pads
I want to get it onto the pads.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to collect it as an artifact or something?
I know.
Or figuring out how they got them outside, if they got them outside.
I mean, it'd be a cool artifact.
Yeah.
Also very heavy. I assume.
Unless it floats on its own.
I mean, it seems to. You walked into the room and they were already floating
Yeah.
without any additional requests. So
Are these both directly above? Again?
the one that you'd assume be marked 5, based on that one being in the ceiling, is still directly above, but 6 is moved around.
Okay.
So it will require some realigning.
All right, Conrad.
He follows you back to the elevator. Where is Sargert gonna go?
I was gonna
Uh,
stay down.
Stay down because
Alright.
he has the other compad,
All right.
right?
So yeah, you're bringing Christine and Conrad. Unless
Christine
you're just
can.
borrowing hers.
Yeah, I mean, Christine can go either way.
All right.
I think maybe she stays down because Kierig is right. We haven't really explored downstairs yet, so it's potentially more dangerous, more likely to be dangerous, I suppose.
All right.
But
So you have Kurg, Christine, and Zarger downstairs, and then Angelica and Conrad headed back up. So, yep, you make it back to the elevator. A different crystal, but a crystal nonetheless, pops out of the wall and gives you the same question.
one.
Well, at least you'd assume the same question. Until you touch it, it doesn't give you the proper responses, but you know what the responses are. So when you request one, it slides the stairs back up into place and deposits you back on stair 30.
All right. I mean, I know the way. I'll go back to that room.
You make it back without issue.
To the tablets.
Yep.
Tablet number 5.
You pick it up.
Right, this one was fucking sensitive earlier or something.
Yep.
I'll
was indeed.
hand the compad to Conrad. Could you call them up? See if they can give us live updates, I suppose, on this.
I'll give it a try. He goes and hits a few buttons on the pad, and then a few buttons more. And finally, after hitting another button or two, is able to get them to connect. Goddamn technology. Anyway, it's connected. Hey! He just waves into the compad. It's Conrad,
If Conrad is your lord, then I'm very confused about the whole working dynamics.
Corporal or dirty. Marine you brought with you.
Hey, it's Angelica. With him.
Drawing blanks. Whoa. Who's this?
Can I see
Christine
your
just snatches it out of your hands. Yes,
Yeah.
we're reading you. And then she carefully hands it to Kurg.
All right, I'm here.
All right, I'm
She
gonna start
bows to
moving
you,
this thing.
Zarger,
You
and
tell me if anything goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll just be here giving a live
I'm
update.
Facing away, trying very hard not to laugh.
All right, I will try to as gingerly as possible move it down.
All right. So you move it very slowly. Downstairs, you see it slowly pull out of the thing before slamming into the ground.
Jesus fucking Christ! What are you doing up there?
What? I did it as slow as possible.
It slammed into the ground.
It's very sensitive, I guess.
Now
Yeah,
that you
so
can see the top of it, you see why that might be, as the top of the thing seems to have been smashed open and is covered in some more of that blue crystal. And some of the crystal is kind of broken because you slammed it into the ceiling, but it's just poking out at all different angles. And in the center is something that moves, some sort of half shell creature kind of turns its body to gaze at you, its eyes glowing red.
Is it in the
Toss
pad?
the-
Back up.
Oh, and pull out the rifle.
Is it in the pad? What's going on? Hello?
Christine has the cell phone,
Eyes.
and I have the rifle out.
Unearthly aura.
Can I hear him saying that?
Yeah, it's picking up the area around it. It's not just
What?
the person holding it. There seems to be a creature of some sort. It looks like it's made out of stone and Its eyes are glowing. It doesn't move yet, other than looking at us. Could you move it back into the ceiling?
Max speed.
Why? Why? What is it? It's not doing anything.
I
Not
would
yet.
rather it not do anything.
It might be pissed off about the last time it was slammed into the ceiling.
Fine, I'll swiftly turn it. Actually, hold on. I remember my precognition from earlier. I'm afraid if I do that, I might ram into myself.
Well, then get out of the way.
I can't remove the tablet from the table without it losing power.
What? What is
I can move it that
motherfucking
far
app
away.
Wi-Fi or something?
Well, what's the creature doing right now?
Currently, it's just looking at you, but you do see it moving.
Looking at you with murderous intent.
I mean, it doesn't. It's hard to tell if it's murderous intent or that's just what its eyes look like. Because it is still kind of like a little bit darkened in the area since you guys are standing by the doorway and the thing is inside. So you hear the sound of like stone cracking, but it's not moving yet.
I'll take out my glow bug and turn it on to
Alright.
see this thing a bit better.
So, with the glow bug on, you can see that the creature is at least vaguely shaped like kind of like a mud crab, with a pair of long, kind of prehensile limbs up front, shaped vaguely like claws, though the entire thing seems to be made out of stone and crystals. It at least really vaguely reminds you of the rollers up above.
Can you like roll it upside down and slam it into the ground?
Is it not friendly? What's happening?
I mean, I've got a feeling.
I mean, can I like flip it upside down? I don't think that's really a control I have with these, is it?
You're not sure. It said there is one of the controls that says roll, so maybe that does it. You haven't seen it do anything.
What are the? Does it like tell you how to do these things?
No.
So what kind of motion did I make to ram it up and down?
Effectively move it up and down is what it seems. As in
Okay.
picking it up and then moving it physically up and down moves the device up and down.
And if I like turn it like towards its side,
Then it might roll.
I mean, I'll do that.
All right. Yep. You guys see the thing start to roll until it's facing completely upside down.
Is it working?
Yes.
Yep.
You hear more crystal breaking and see a little bit of the blue start to crack and fall into the floor.
I believe that it is slowly breaking free. So quickly smash it.
All right, I'll slam the tablet down on the table.
All right. And below, you guys hear, and more importantly, see the thing smash into the ground going very fast as it leaves a pretty sizable divot, ending up about a fourth of the entire vessel under the ground.
Well, that didn't kill it.
It is inside the pad.
Nice,
Good.
nice.
We did it, folks.
Victory.
As you see a couple of those balls roll out from their wherever they're hiding in the room, off to the right in this case, and start to hover over toward the pad.
Should I do it again?
I'll lift it up slowly, and I'm going to like get down so I have a bit of a better like sight on it.
I don't know if I can lift it slowly.
But just be very, very careful. Just like bit inch at a time.
I did that.
Careful than
Well,
you were before.
More centimeter at a time.
I'm whatever. I'll try moving it up real slow.
All right, how slow are you willing to try and move it?
As slow as I can, as fine of movements as I can make with my imperfect hands.
I guess go ahead and roll an evasion save. We'll see how slow your hands can move.
Conrad
All
pokes
right.
his head in. Hey, what are you doing?
That Conrad's standing nearby, so he's holding the thing, so you guys can communicate.
Right.
I think it should be coming in.
There we go.
Yep.
All right. So you do it pretty slowly for like the first second or two, and then your hand twitches and it just moves up on one side. And you guys see this thing pull up out of the ground outside of its thing before slamming into the opposite wall. Now,
Okay.
the creature facing you. It seems to still be alive.
Hmm.
It twists its body entirely around until it's kind of the central part of it faces you guys, and you see one of its legs break out of the thing.
Shoot.
Shall we,
Go ahead, roll. It has an AC of 2.
What do I do? What's going on?
put it back?
I'm not gonna.
Well, first you're going to hear a freaking cacao. That was a good shot. So, the report of the mag rifle with the I mean, it's still pretty loud.
Yeah,
With the-
it's playing a flechette supersonic. That's pretty
Yeah.
fucking loud.
And the three of you downstairs see as the round slams into this thing's body, rips off a chunk of its torso. However, that doesn't seem to kill it.
Oh, shit.
Well, Zarg told me to put it back, so I'll slap the tablet back down. Even though I heard that shot.
The thing is, you slam it back down, but now it's like
Yep.
it isn't
It
down
slams into the floor, but otherwise doesn't seem to damage the thing at all. Just makes a thump as it slams into the ground, which you do hear.
Is it in the pad?
It's in the past.
No. Across the room at this point.
No.
Oh, shit. How long does it take to get to that room from here?
The elevator takes about a minute, and that's kind of the longest time. So probably like maybe a minute and 20 seconds or so. And most
And
of that's the elevator.
How long is like a turn in this game? Around?
I think it's... Is it 6 or is it 10 here? Basically, it would take a while. Combat would probably be over.
Yeah, too long before Conrad could get there. I was wondering if I should send him.
Yeah.
You said there was something weird about number 6 as well, right?
Around a sec.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. It was the same as Dandy.
But we didn't really
Yeah,
inspect it, did we?
1 round. Christ. You move it to 20 meters.
Mhm.
And act. Damn.
You can move.
So I like slammed it, but the thing didn't really take damage.
At least it didn't appear to.
Did the gun seem to do a fair amount of damage?
It injured it at the very least. It blew off a big chunk of it. But seeing as the thing is made out of stone, it doesn't really bleed or anything, so it's hard to tell, like, if it killed. Like, it's not dead, definitely. But it's hard to tell, like, how injured it is.
Did it work?
I mean, it's still alive, right?
Yep.
No.
Well, I mean, when you slammed it to the ground, it was sideways. So you basically just slammed the craft down, but it didn't injure that. It
Craft,
didn't
you
injure it
rolled
for
it
the
too far. Is it still attempting to break free?
In fact, it has broken free at this point as it rips its other leg out from the thing. You still get another turn before it's going to be able to charge you, though.
Yeah,
I'd
I'll
like to add to the shooting at it.
Sure. Yeah.
My shooting is not effective, but
I mean, you still can.
what is the AC again?
AC is 2. It's a creature made out of stone and crystal. It's not exactly easy to injure.
Mm. I'm gonna fire a burst at it. So this is not the time to be conserving ammo, I don't think. I get 2
Yeah,
for
if this
burst.
thing runs up and punches you, it's probably going to hurt.
That's
Nice,
another 2 damage on top of that, so it's 9. As I am now chewing through my ammo.
All right. Well, that blows another big chunk out of it. It is
And I
still
will
coming,
say-
but you can see its core. A mass of the glowing bluish green crystal that seems to pulse menacingly.
And
And
everyone
now
should
that it's
start running.
visible, it kind of blasts the three of you with a distinctly angry pulse. Like, you can feel that it's mad. You don't know what
I'd
it's
say it was
saying,
around or so.
but you know it doesn't like you. It wants to rip your head
Okay.
off, probably. And
Yeah.
it is going to charge after that.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Incomprehensible. Perish.
Would you have retreated after taking that shot, by the way, Theo?
Yes.
All right.
Make sure that
Christine is
Chris-
already around the corner. She's not dealing with this.
Yeah, that's understandable.
So, yep. Uh, so,
I'm so fucking glad I put all my money in this rifle.
so if you guys move away, then it doesn't quite catch you, but it definitely gets
Oh.
out of the room. You guys
I
can make it
actually
back to.
I have the wrong damage numbers put in for the rifle. It should be doing 2d instead of 2d6. Damn.
Hmm.
Oh well.
You have to fix that.
So we cannot run it, right?
How fast do you move?
20.
It
And
moves
unless you
faster than you.
Oh. Well. Every turn that I take where I can't see it at the start or end of my turn, I'm going to ready in action to shoot it if I see it.
All right. Well, yeah. First turn you make it back to the corner. Next turn you can make it to the elevator. It'll catch up to you basically at the elevator. So you'll get one shot at it before it gets its attack.
All right, well, don't worry, because I'll miss it.
If Zargit wants to fire as well, or ready a shot to fire as well. Christine has a pistol, as I said. She's too terrified to use it, unless you like explicitly freaking scream at her to do so. Well, that is going to go screaming past it, as unfortunately too much of its body has been damaged. And arrow just freaking bounces off, not hitting anything important. And then is going to run up and attempt to freaking slam a mighty stone fist into you, Kurg. What is your AC?
6.
All right. So it has. Well, the first fist narrowly avoided. And the second one is nearly in the same spot. So you're able to get out of the way as it slams its fists into the walls on either side of you. But
Listen here, fella, that ain't very right?
as it leaves a pretty big hole in the wall that was there.
More steam.
Should I be doing
guess I'll-
something?
It's out of the room. It's out of the room. Help us.
Oh!
You son of a bitch! I am now out of ammo until I reload.
Oh,
Do I also have a shot? No?
you get to.
Oh, yeah,
You guys get
yeah,
both
okay.
around it.
I'm assuming reload is an action.
Mm-hmm.
Not good for me.
Yep. Another arrow bounces off the thing's hide.
Duck,
But
dip,
it
dodge,
is-
and dive. Duck, dip, dodge, and dive.
Is going to continue trying to pound you into dust. And its first hit finally collides with you. Are you going to? Oh, you get to see the damage first. You going to ignore that?
That's half my health. So we'll ignore it. The second one's gonna fucking hit me for 8 now, huh?
It might.
Yeah. It's that simple. It really is.
You're very good at calling your own doom.
I don't know if you recognize this, Mitchell, but I usually call my own doom.
Well, that's what happens when you call it every time. You'll be right some of the time.
So while the first fist just whistles past you by inches, the second one, unfortunately, you get run right into it with your dodge, and it freaking
there's
deals
the
a
sternum.
devastating blow to the center of your torso, sending you flying back into the elevator shaft. So,
I'll start fucking sprinting that way.
all right. Yep. Well, you'll make it to the elevator basically at the end of your turn when you arrive. So you can see the top, see it at the bottom, considering the glow bug is down there. Zarger, and this time Christine is going to pull out her gun and attempt to fire as well.
Go!
She's not very good at it, but she'll do it. Go ahead, Zarger, and fire first, though.
I've got less than 2.5 mags left. Fuck.
Yep. Christine's basically just firing with just the AC bonus. Yeah, her bullets just freaking ricochet off the thing's armor.
I'll reload.
All right. All right. Well, it has 3 targets. It's still an intelligent creature, but you're basically neutralized. It's just going to pick a target randomly.
I mean, to be fair, from Mitch's point of view, it slammed into me. Probably heard numerous cracking noises, and then I did not fire. It's like, oh, that worked well.
It is still going to put you onto its kill list, but considering it still knows you're alive since you reloaded and are moving.
Let's put down.
Peyton and Theo, pick a number between 1 and 3.
3.
Pick different numbers.
2.
All right. Oh, poor Christine.
That's not good.
Christine, your armor is not nearly that good. What are you wearing? BC stats. Oh, yep. She has an undersuit. So that's, I believe, like 9, or not 9, it's like 7, I believe.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I could look it up. I'm pretty sure it's 7.
Oh, yeah, armored undersuit is 7. Better armor than
Well,
mine.
she gets a very lucky dodge as she freaking throws herself to the floor to dodge the first fist. And unfortunately, that lands her in a perfect position to get smashed by the second. Oof. But she's able to roll out of the way and just take a very, very light hit as she's just, well, bruised. All right. Gun is reloaded. Yep. Another burst, but the thing is too damaged, and the bullets find one of the many holes in its armor that just fly on through.
I guess I'm gonna attempt sword.
I need a
All right.
13 to fucking hit it.
Am I gonna attempt sword? Oh, just bow. No, sword at this point, because it's in melee. It's not like I can get away from it, right?
They're really using the way to run. Yeah, you're in a corner.
This says bow, but it is sword, and I'll just roll different damage.
Okay.
Well,
Yep.
I mean,
Your sword
assuming
bounces
I
off.
hit. Yeah.
Well, Christine is once again going to fire her pistol, panicking but still firing, and once again the bullets just hit somewhere non-essential. Don't do anything. And it is going to continue selecting targets randomly because it doesn't. Well, are you guys going to jump down or attempt to fire from above? Because you guys can see. Not great, but you can see. It's a harder shot.
I think that one's the monster, and my head explodes.
So I guess Conrad is going to do it, but I don't know about Chase.
I mean, my rifle's got the range.
Yeah, you guys both have range for this. Basically, its AC is well, it's 0 if you try and shoot it from above because it's not fully in the elevator shaft, and you're kind of shooting like sideways to even get anything on it.
Is there a chance I hit a friend?
No, I'm gonna say there's no chance.
All right.
Conrad is gonna take his shot, but yeah, the bullets just
I'll fire.
miss entirely, hit the wall. Its AC is effectively 0. Yeah. And you have a minus to shoot?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So I don't think it's possible for you to hit it without rolling a nat 20.
But it
No.
is possible for me to use a bullet.
Yeah. All right. So, do you guys want to keep your numbers or do you want to pick new numbers?
Keep.
Well, you luck out as it continues trying to freaking pound Shark.
Yeah, this is very good. Have our medic get obliterated.
Christine to freaking. Yeah.
Don't worry, she'll just take one damage
You're
again.
Very lucky. Oh, a pair of very, very narrow dodges.
And watch this one. I'm gonna fucking miss.
Christine's
We're
nuts.
pogging, and that was a burst too.
Nice. Yep. You
So that
unleash.
was a-
First?
Yeah, see the addition, the last +2.
Okay.
I put in other modifiers. I should have said it out loud though.
Okay, you attached the modifiers already.
Not for the damage, but you can automatically
Okay, for the
attach
hit.
it. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So with that, you shoot it right in the crystal, and the crystal just falls apart, shattered into a bunch of pieces by a freaking burst of bullets. And the light fades, and the creature just seems to basically fold in and collapse in a heap.
So, just for interest's sake, how's our health insurance?
It'll be good enough if you get the elevator moving, please. Please, Crystal, where are you? There isn't Crystal down here, by the way, after you guys got on the elevator. There's one upstairs,
I'm assuming
though.
combat is completely over.
Yeah, combat is over. The creature is dead, so.
Switch mag. So that one. Okay.
Okay.
Wait a minute. So that is not great.
Should we try to put these where I wanted to now?
Yep. Christine is calming down.
That's good.
It's slow, but it's happening.
Also, good news, folks. I've got 16 bullets left. I started this mission with 40,
Oh, good.
and
Gonna need
after
to buy
those
more
16 are done, I'm
Or
fucked.
buy a new gun.
I can't buy either because I don't have the money for it.
Yep, I'll have some of that sorted out. So, I mean, do you guys head back to the room, pushing the thing off of the elevator to try and get the other one into position?
Actually, I'm gonna go fucking poke around this thing's corpse.
All right. It
See
seems
if
to be
there's-
made out of effectively a mix of some sort of silvery white gemstone, as well as the, of course, main blue gemstone, though that one's been pretty thoroughly smashed up.
Can I take like a small amount of both of
Yeah.
the smashed blue and the white?
Yep. The majority of its body, though, is taken up by some sort of brownish stone that is, unsurprisingly, very hard.
I don't care about any of that. I just want the white and the blue.
The stone seems to just be like normal stone.
Oh, here's hoping I can sell that for some ammo.
So, you guys head back to the room, and then the upstairs group heads back to their consoles, I'm guessing, or tablets. Do you try 5 again, or do you move on to 6?
We'll start with 6. That one's a little easier.
Yep. So, coordinating between the two of you, you're able to maneuver it over one of the pads, and then lower it onto the pad. And a bunch of the little orb things, and this time, like, the same number that came out from above, about a dozen or so, roll out from somewhere, float over to the egg-shaped ship, and seemingly knock off a bunch of the excess crystal that has kind of grown out of it, before rolling or floating back to wherever they go to hide. But
Assuming we're still on the compad.
yep, otherwise nothing happens. It doesn't teleport, doesn't fly up, it doesn't move the pad up.
Seems that it
Just no
got
pad.
repaired or something.
The egg thing?
Yeah, or cleaned is perhaps a better.
Okay. Where is it relative to the pad?
Supposedly
It's on the pad currently.
No
I
more
just sped
movement.
along the movement
okay.
of ship 6 onto the pad. You have successfully gotten it onto the pad. The weird sphere things came out, did what they did to it, and now this is after that. As it's nearly midnight here, so trying to speed this along.
So number 5 then.
Mhm.
I'll try. I'll turn it first. Like, see if it's still really finicky. Like, if it kind of slams into the ground.
You pick it up and get the same buzz sensation and a connection not found. Or connection is failure. That's what it comes up as, but regardless.
Maybe it needs repaired as well. Maybe if you put those things on it. They seem to do something with the tablets when I put them to it. Maybe it works on those as well, forcefully.
So you want me to catch another one of these goddamn things?
Maybe a few. I don't know. That's the only bet I have, really.
All right. I guess I'm gonna try and catch one. Broken sternum be damned.
Try and help him.
All right. Yeah, there's a couple that have, now that one of these ships is on its pad, that are just kind of moving around the room, like above. So you're able to collect a couple of them before they apparently just decide that they don't want to be caught anymore and no more come out to get caught. But you have 2 of them.
All right. Let's
What are you
do
going
the
to put
fucking
them?
thing. You wanted to put them on one of the ships, right?
So are you putting them on the ship that's on the pad currently, or on the ship that's lying against the wall?
Or on the ship that's lying against the wall.
All right.
I think that's what you want, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's one that's not working.
So They do, in fact, move, like break into their half shell forms and attempt to do something to it. You see some of the crystal, like, kind of regrowing a little bit. But either these things aren't able to do it alone, or the ship is too damaged. Either way, connection is not reestablished, and the ship it remains, for the most part, very, very damaged.
Can we try to move it back to its thing manually?
If you had a vehicle, sure.
Hmm.
This thing is like the size of a car. You
That's
can't really
fair.
push it.
I was hoping I could roll it.
Did it work?
If
It
it
doesn't
didn't
seem
have
like
half the shell missing, you could, but
Yeah.
with the top half broken in, it doesn't really have rolling.
They appeared to try and do something, but it does not appear to have been excessively successful.
I see.
In fact, it does not seem to have been successful at all.
And holding the 5 tablet, it still keeps giving you the same response of connection is failure.
I believe that this one is a Fubar.
It's what?
It fucked up beyond all repair.
Oh,
In other words, we're not getting shit out of this thing.
is that
Yeah.
a military
As you're
term?
saying that, by the way, Conrad does just lean the compad away and does explain the same thing.
So it is a military thing.
I
Not
mean,
before reconnecting.
not only, yeah, mainly.
All right.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah? You think that was fun? How about I go up there and kick in your sternum?
No, thank you. Just wish we got something out of it.
I got some crystal, I guess.
It's probably worth some money.
Yeah. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna collect another crystal, I guess. See if I can
Alright.
collect all of, like, was once in the core.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. The core is like about the size of your arm when it was whole, so it's quite a bit.
Alright, well, I've got.
Or I guess it's not like your whole arm. It's about from like where the elbow is to about the wrist.
Oh, so
still.
form.
Yeah, still a pretty
Uh,
significant amount of crystal.
I should have enough space for that.
Yeah. Most of it's shards anyway, so it's pretty easy to collect those. It's not like you're collecting dust. They do have a faint sense, like they kind of tingle a little bit when you're holding them, but it's nothing too bad.
Oh, those go in the backpack.
So, back upstairs.
Yeah. I think that's the. There we go.
All right. When you move over to the elevator this time, the crystal does appear. And seems to request a response.
Put hand on it and just think one.
All right. That seems to be good enough for it as the elevator starts rising. As the crystal moves back into the wall. And you arrive back upstairs.
All right then.
We did it. We're not dead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least one of those statements is true. I do not know what it is that we did, but we did not die. So,
Yep.
That's at least a win.
Are you guys reconvening in the room with the egg-shaped vehicles, or are you all just kind of coming back into the main room?
Go get them, and then go back to the main room. I think.
All right. Yep. So, as you're in the room with the egg-shaped vehicles, you hear a like sound that seems to be like almost crystals screaming is the best way you can describe it. And it's not a very good description. And
If
you
I
see a lot of red light outside.
Hmm. Should we be skedaddling?
Depends on how dangerous it is outside.
That's fair, I suppose.
Oh, what are you guys doing?
If I'm honest, I am not in any shape to be continuing around in this unknown area. Actually, wait a minute. I get one of those freebies per fight. I can do a little bit more, but I'm very close to the end.
Well, we can always come back here. Yeah.
I think that might be the way to go. All right. Start heading out.
All right. Yep. The lights in the main room, those blue and green crystals, have all changed to a red tint and seem to be vaguely pulsing.
Well, let's leave before the trouble starts looking around for us. I'm gonna start climbing out.
All right. Yep. You start climbing out of the building, and from basically all around you, you get the kind of telepathic sense of danger. In particular, for your psychic, you get alert, alert.
Is that weird tentacle fucking shit hanging around?
Seeing as you're not really getting anything other than danger, the system isn't really telling you if that's the case or not.
Since I'm climbing out, I was going to like look around when I got out.
So once you get back to the top, all the crystals up here are also pinging for that same thing, and the 4 Tesla coil-looking pillars have changed color from just kind of the dull grayish brown that they were before to now the same kind of reddish color the crystals are. And climbing up to the top, you look around and see that indeed there are actually 3 of those ships approaching very fast.
Boys, it's time to go. It's time to skedaddle. And I'm going to start skedaddling towards the truck.
All right. Is everyone else following after?
I'm not following. I'm skedaddling.
No, I'm gonna die. I'll
like
never
my
run.
stone monster thing. It's a good place.
They'll never defeat me.
I'll shoot their spaceships with my bow.
I'll
I hate
show
to
them
tell
the
you,
true
even with
power.
even with the mag rifle, the ships aren't going to care.
Yeah.
These might be like fighter class ships, but they're still have strong enough weapons that they're not going to give a damn about your freaking puny pilot sized weapons.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna scratch their paint, but they'll fucking obliterate me.
You'll scratch their paint and they'll atomize you in return. So you guys pile out of the top and are able to scramble down the sides vaguely safely, since it's a 7-foot fall, and make it at least to the first trench before the first of the ships arrives with the second close on its heels. The first ship, surprisingly, does not immediately blast the structure as before. Instead, it lands. It stops directly above and attaches a pair of its weird umbilical tentacle things on top of the structure, and you hear a distinct, like, rattling noise, like a oh freaking heck, a rattling snake type of rattle, like that kind of hissing rattle, but
I know that
repeated
noise.
like a few dozen times. And looking back, you see a small group for you guys, large group for them most likely, as about a dozen or so of these insectoid creatures pour out of the umbilicals and start climbing all over the building. A few notice you and give
Fantastic.
chase.
Do they appear to have weapons?
These ones don't. They just seem to have claws.
Good. Run faster.
Yep. You guys are able to duck, dive, and jump over all of the gullies and make it back to the truck with them still a good, like, 70 feet off or so, as they seem to kind of hover, jump over the things, trying to catch up.
Time to go.
Throw it into gear and scream away in the truck, going a little faster than is recommended on this terrain, but you're able to get out of the area, and behind you, you see the structure get blasted like the one before it.
You know, I know I normally
of energy.
put them on just in case this time.
Okay, something tells me maybe we can't go back.
Yeah, so it would seem. Got any other high level fucking observations?
Maybe we'll remember that for next time.
I would argue that it was a good time that we looked at a great time, given the alternatives.
So, yep. You guys make it back to the town relatively safely. The truck's a little banged up from going so fast for the length of time that you did, as some of the rocks kind of ran into it going a little faster. But
All right.
you make it back, at least not quite as badly injured as you had before.
I'm just as bad.
Before you leave, Theo, you guys all level up. I'm just going to assign you the XP to get you to the next level, regardless of what your current XP requirement is.
Also, every time I fucking leave, I come back like with multiple broken bones.